Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome everyone to this Sunday afternoon, evening. I hope everyone is doing well. So far in the SandBox, we have Mozart, the True Democratic North, Edgebox, and Hermeteorologist. Welcome. Yeah, it's been a couple weeks, hasn't it? Still a little stressed, about Frodo. Fingers crossed he's going to be okay. I don't know. It's a tough time right now. Hermeteorologist has already let me know that the AV is good. Why, thank you for preemptively answering the question. Hello, reference frame. Yeah. So, I was mentioning earlier that I was going to be having an interview with Dr. Mark Allen Derry. That interview happened, and it was really interesting. To the point where we almost didn't even get around to the topics I wanted to talk about. That's a good thing. We had good chemistry going on, and we just ended up chit-chatting about a whole bunch of stuff before we actually got down to the crux of the questions I wanted to answer. And since we didn't get to everything I wanted to touch on, we're just going to have to do another one. Yeah, pulling our teeth here, as you'll see from the video. I will be posting tomorrow at 6 p.m. I will be premiering the interview I have with Dr. Mark Allen Derry. Anyone want to guess how well he did on the Canadian Pop Quiz? For those of you who don't know, whenever an American comes onto my show for the first time, they get a Canadian Pop Quiz. It's just a cute little fun initiation, and he had a good time with it. So it was super interesting conversation. We went on for about an hour, and then he had to go, eat dinner, things like that. He was visiting family and whatnot. So we will definitely be having a second conversation because we didn't even really touch on the measles issue. We ended up talking a fair bit about the ostrich farm in BC. Although I'm not really an expert on it, neither is he. So we kind of just, some cursory information that I had ready to go on, and he also just talked a lot about his background, what got him into this, all that sort of stuff. So it's a super, super interesting conversation that will be premiered tomorrow at 6 p.m. Providing everything over the next few weeks will all be tentative on how well Frodo is doing. Even if worst case scenario happens, I might still be able to premiere the episode because I can participate and bawl my eyes out while just hanging out in the SandBox. I don't want to think about it. Yeah, last week I mentioned that he was going to go for blood work on Monday. Turns out that they made a mistake and they meant this Monday, so tomorrow, because they wanted to do it the same week as the potential surgery. So he's going in for blood work tomorrow to recheck his kidneys and his heart. To make sure that he is healthy enough for surgery. And if he's healthy enough for surgery, the surgery will be happening on Friday. I'm stressed. He's still barely eating on his own. I'm having to spoon feed him. But, in the morning when I wake up, it's like nothing has changed, He wants to snuggle. He's in my face. He bites the tip of my nose to let me know he cares. Purring away and stuff. He is a bit drained a lot of the time, but that's probably because of the pain medication he's on. And then today the mask just started bleeding out of nowhere. He's not scratching it. It just started bleeding. So I'm hoping that once it's removed, he'll get back to normal. Fingers crossed. I'm really worried about that. Really worried. I want him to be okay enough for the surgery. And then I want the surgery to solve whatever it is that's stopping him from eating. So, yeah. That's where a lot of my focus has been. I'm feeding him a tube of the cat churros, a healthy version of the cat churro, 4 times a day now. He eats a little bit of treats overnight. But yeah, he's my baby. He's my baby. I still feel like he has a lot of life left in him. So like I said, everything this following upcoming week, when it comes to scheduling for my channel, is all tentative based on his health. So I should be able to premiere the interview I had with Dr. Mark Allenderry tomorrow at 6 p.m. Wednesday will be this space with Minuet. Again, that's very tentative on Frodo's health. And Minuet will be going over Marjorie Taylor Greene quitting, the location thingy that's now available on Twitter, which is really all over the place. And there was something, oh yeah, the Mandami sit down with Donald Trump. I figure those are more American related issues, and I'll be dealing with those on this space. Well, Minuet will be dealing with them on this space. I'll have to let her know. I'm sure she's thrilled to talk about that sort of thing. Because yeah, it's interesting, because for those of you who don't know, I'll scooch over to my profile on Twitter. No, let's go to my actual profile here. For those of you who don't know, let's do this. On Twitter now, you can see when a person joined, but now it gives you all this other information. So you can just see it pop up, or you can click on it. So it says the date that I joined as LeftoftheBox. So this is my LeftoftheBox account, not my Sandy Lovis account, which started back in 2020. So account is based in Canada. Oh, there's a little, what's that for? The country and region that an account is based in can be impacted by recent travel or temporary relocation. This data may not be accurate and can change periodically. I think they had to put that for reasons. 2 username changes. I don't know why there's 2. Unless they're talking about this up here. I might have changed the order of the flags and stuff of that sort. But I have changed the name very slightly. It was a capital O and a capital T, but I didn't like the way it looked. And most of my other stuff just has capital L and capital B with the rest lowercase. So I decided to change that. Connected via web. So, of course, now that you can find out all of this stuff, people have been going all out, trying to, search down accounts that they are familiar with to see, oh, which country are they really from? Like the American National Defense account or something was based in Israel or something silly like that. So they had to change it. Plus there's a little icon for if there's use of a VPN. If there's a VPN, then it's not necessarily accurate. And this might help determine some account bot status, like if they're claiming to be Canadian, posting all about Pierre Poilievre and how great he is, but it's based in India, then there's a good chance it's just a bot account. But I still kind of see it as a violation of privacy. And on top of that, it's not even all that accurate all the time, and they had to change it. And apparently, because Elon Musk is in charge of it, there's a lot of Palestinian reporters who are in Gaza reporting that are saying things like they're in Poland, which is absolutely not the case. Just like on Twitter, apparently, I haven't been able to confirm it, but it is said that on the tweets from Palestinians that are written in Arabic, the translation isn't working. so you can't see what they're saying. No, wait a sec. It's not the Palestinians. It's Hebrew. So it's Israelis' tweets that are in Hebrew are not translating because a lot of them were really damning. You know, calling for the genocide of the Palestinians and saying horrific things. And, you know, it's them Fed posting themselves, I guess you could say. And so Twitter is covering for them by making it, oh, Hebrew is no longer available for translation or something stupid like that. So you can't trust anything on this site anymore, which is really, really frustrating. Even though still the vast majority of my content is coming from Twitter, but that's because it's clips from, again, reliable sources. I'm talking journalists and politicians and accounts that I'm extremely familiar with. I'm still, you know, for the most part, my Blue Sky account isn't getting the same stuff the same way as my Twitter account is, but my Twitter account, you know, I've been curating those algorithms for the longest, which is why when it comes to searching for information for this channel, that's still the best source for me. So unfortunately, yeah, I have to stick with the hostile fart sauna for now. Although, as you can see from my hostile fart sauna account, LeftoftheBox on Twitter. Okay, you all need to help me out here. It says I only have 137 followers on this account. I know it hasn't been around for all that long. Okay, like a year. Yeah, over a year now. It'd be nice. Has it been a year already? Oh my God. It doesn't feel like it's been a year since I've had this account. It feels like it's been half that time. Could really use some help getting this account out there so that I can separate my content. So that all my channel related stuff is on this account. And then my writing and artwork is for my Sandy Lovis account. I really want to get those separated. Bad Lefty is saying no more translation from Hebrew, so we can't see how Nazi-like they are. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Hermetologist, yes, ostriches was messy. Yeah, I imagine there's going to be some channel that will do like a very good deep dive into that whole situation. But as I was saying to Mark Allen, it's difficult to figure out what is accurate in it because the right wing kind of latched onto it, and they're not exactly the purveyors of factual reporting. So it's hard to say what is true with that, and just the hypocrisy of the people who care about the livestock. You know, it was an ostrich farm. They were livestock in a way. They were meant for meat and eggs and stuff of that sort. But trying to claim that they're pets now suddenly and all this sort of stuff. And yeah, it was a rough story because we were both kind of under the agreement that as soon as the virus was found, the herd should have been culled right away. To wait 10 months and then do it? But I can still understand why they did, because they can't test, and the virus is probably endemic in the flock or the herd, and wildlife can still get at it and it can still spread. It's, yeah, just not a great situation, despite how much, you know, we're both animal lovers. Apparently Mark Allen is a lifelong vegetarian. But yes, it was a really good conversation. It's going up tomorrow. We will be having at least one more conversation. It wouldn't surprise me if we get into more conversations where we talk more about measles. And as we were talking, I realized I actually want to go over some COVID stuff with him as well. So we'll see if we can get the COVID and measles done in one conversation. If not, might need another conversation on top of that. But, you know, had a really good time talking with him. Like, we really kind of gelled together, I guess you could say, even though he had no clue who I was. But it all worked out. It all worked out. Let's see what else. Yeah, so that is where I am with that. And so we also have B-Cat and Bad Lefty in the sandbox. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. What will I be starting with? We'll be starting with, oh, right, this one. But on this tab. No? Yes, this one. There's a lot to go over. It's like, even just sticking to Canadian news, there's so much to go over because, you know, the budget passed, which there was no good option there. The budget is horrid. And, but an election right now, also not ideal. So what can you do? I also had like a bazillion more things saved, but I've decided not to just keep on, oh, here's something that a candidate for the NDP leadership race tweeted out, because it would take up too much time and it would be skewed because Tennille doesn't have a Twitter account. So I'm not going to see it the same way. Plus, they're not all going to pop up in my algorithms the same way, so I'm not giving them a fair bit. But if anybody is interested in like a deep dive of the candidates, let me know and we can do like a special one-off live stream just based on the candidates going over their social medias, seeing what they're tweeting and stuff, because Tennille is on Blue Sky. Also, good possibility I'll be interviewing her later on. So I've already had an interview with Tony McQuail. You can go check it out on my YouTube channel. And it looks like I'll be able to get an interview with Tennille. So just need AV, Heather, and Rob to respond to me about an interview. Because I'm super interested in talking to them. Because I love what Tennille and Tony are doing. I really do. The likelihood of either of them winning, it'd be drastic at this point, and that's just looking at it pragmatically. Like, ideally, sure, it'd be great if one of them could win, but pragmatically looking at it, it's not going to be either of them. It's going to be one of the other three. And who that is, I don't know. But I still feel it's very important for Tennille and Tony to stay in the leadership race because they both bring good, how's the phrase? They're bringing good things to the table to talk about, to keep people aware of, to push the party towards, that sort of thing. Bad Lefty, fair play to Tony for asking his people to give donations to Tennille instead until both can fund their cover charge. Yeah. They were both on an episode of Bubble Pop with Rachel Gilmore. I recommend everyone go check out that episode if you're interested in learning more about them. And yeah, in it, Tony said that he doesn't want to take donations anymore until Tennille can clear the second hurdle. So 2 benchmark amounts had to be raised in November in order for them to go on to the debates and stuff. And Tony doesn't want people with less means to be splitting it between the two of them. And so it's like, let's focus and make sure at least one of them are on the debate stage. And so he asked for everyone to no longer donate to him until Tennille's second entry fee is covered, and then they'll focus on getting his covered, which again is just a very touching moment. And AV also promoted them to make sure that they got enough signatures to get in. So there is some good team playing happening with some of the candidates. There's I don't know about one of the candidates, but from the other candidate, I haven't been seeing anything to support Tony and Tennille staying into the race. So, yeah. Bad Lefty, yes, that's where I've seen it. So, yeah, it's it'll be interesting, and I hope that they can stay in the conversation as long as possible. So yeah, that interview tentatively is booked for the first week of December, so it's not going to be out for a while. Let's see. But yeah, people are interested. I think maybe after the next the debate in Montreal, let's see who's still in the race, and then I can do like a deeper dive on all the candidates, and we can go through their social medias and whatnot, and their platforms, their web pages. But we'll do like a one-off stream. I'm thinking I'm kind of liking this idea of like, I focus the Sunday streams to news, but then if there's like another topic, like what's her name? Megyn Kelly was saying, make that its own stream, or like the controversy around Graham Plattner, make that its own stream. Just a one-off here and there, a shorter stream where I'm focusing on one topic that isn't necessarily, here's political news. It's more of an issue that isn't necessarily Canadian related, but can be. So let me know if you think you'd like to see that. Yes, Bad Lefty, it's absolutely disgusting that it's not just 100,000 to become a candidate in the leadership race. After the percentage that the party takes and stuff, it's 133,000. Which it's Tony has pointed out too, if you just go by the last leadership race and go for inflation, it should only be 38,000 that they need to raise. But it's just a way of strangling out people with poverty, people who might actually represent the base to get in there, which is just, it's disgusting. A lot of this is disgusting. We're going to get into some of the disgusting things when it comes to like the budget and stuff, because you have a whole bunch of 1%ers doing what they can to fuck over the people of the country. They are not doing what's in the best interest of the country, just what's in the best interest of their own jobs. And they're putting their jobs above the well-being of the people. And it's just so frustrating. But why don't we get into some of the news? I have just a little bit about covering Gaza, because it's not in the news as much as it should be still, because the ceasefire never really happened. Israel's still bombing Gaza. Some disturbing footage is coming out that I don't think I'd be even able to show on here, given the sources and stuff, of just pure decimation in Gaza. It's... Oh, hello, Poppy111, and their viewers just joined. Who's that? I'm not familiar with you, Ploppy111. I will have to go check you out. Why, thank you for jumping into the SandBox. Are you pawn jumpers? Let me see. I got a lot of pawn jumpers. So if I go to YouTube, and I go at... Let's see. Oh, it's Kevin Logan. Okay. It's Kevin Logan. Is that that's the name of your channel? Huh. I'm just used to seeing Kevin Logan. I don't know why I saw Ploppy111 there. Welcome, Pawn Jumpers. It's good to have you in. Kevin Logan's gang and all. Yeah, I was just about to talk about some stuff in Gaza. The horrific footage that's coming out of there, which I will not be showing on my channel. I will also be talking about Trans Day of Remembrance near the end of my stream. And just some of the hypocrisy around that. What's happening in the UK around like, oh, if they just look trans, we can start questioning them on their gender. Horrid stuff, and it's tying into the fact that Alberta just pulled the notwithstanding clause to strip trans children of their rights. New Zealand is also banning puberty blockers for trans kids. It's all during Trans Week of Remembrance. Huh. Yes, Ploppy Kevin. He plops. Ploppy Kevin. Gotta say it with an accent, don't I? I'm not that great at that. New back doc. What's the one thing you hate about Xmas? It's a lot of pressure on people to buy things. It's made more about the gifting than it is about the actual spending time with each other. And it puts a lot of stress on people who can't afford it. Let's put it that way. So we have Entropy Fam, we have Sly Loris 1, we have Real John Litham. Welcome to the SandBox, Pawn Jumpers. But yeah, it puts a lot of stress on people who can't necessarily afford to give their kids gifts, to get the nice meal together, to travel to visit family. And I think Christmas was one of the things, like I'm not religious at all. But I tend to celebrate different holidays, but insert my own little meaning into it, because I do think it's good to have holidays throughout the year that help to bring people together. And when I was a kid, I grew up in a very shitty situation. But Christmas was like one of the few holidays we could actually pull off as a family, and it was kind of nice. And it is, like, to me, it's about celebrating the goodness around you, kindness, charity for others, that sort of thing. Like that to me is what Christmas is about, and celebrating time and being with people you care about. And I think unless there was a commercialistic, capitalistic reason for that, just given the nature of our societies, it wouldn't happen on its own, because too many people throughout the rest of the year are stressed because of their jobs, of capitalism, of the cost of living and everything of that sort, that if it was just on us to, arrange things with our family just out of the blue and stuff like that, then it would probably never happen. But since Christmas is on the calendar and it's recognized widely as a time for people to get together, it can be, scheduled ahead of time. People are thinking about it. People are in the right headspace. And so it does do that. But I feel horrid for, the kids who realize that they're not going to get gifts. They feel left out. They feel excluded. The families that can't have the good meals and things of that sort. It should be a time of community so that nobody is left behind during a time like that. No backlog. I was hoping more for like Brussels sprouts, but I get your point. Oh, come on. I'm a political YouTuber. It's going to be, I'm like socialist commie leaning. It's going to be about the politics. But when it comes to that, turdunkins, I think that's ridiculous. You don't need to do those. Like, come on. Seriously, talk about extravagance. Just cook them separately. Do you really need to cook them all together like that? But Brussels sprouts, if you fry them up properly and toss them with mac and cheese, they're so good. If you cook them right, they can be good. Like lightly fried with some, like a soy sauce oil or something and stuff. So they have like a crispy shell. If done right, they're good. Anyway, why don't we actually get on to the politics I was promising earlier? So I was just starting, like I'm just, I've been at this for 30 minutes now, and I still haven't even gotten to the news that I haven't even covered. Also for you pawn jumpers, tomorrow I'll be premiering an interview I did with Dr. Mark Allen Derry he's a infectious disease expert. And at some point we actually talked about infectious diseases. It took a while because we were hitting it off so well. We kind of got off topic right off the bat. Partly my fault because Whenever I have an American on my show for the first time, I do this cute little initiation. I give them a Canadian pop quiz. And the trick is that I'm only asking them questions I know the reverse of. Because I figure we're neighbors. We share a border. They should know a little bit more about their one of their biggest trading partners, like the fact that we share so much in the economy and our military, in our, global imperialism and everything. Our countries are so entwined. It'd be good for them to know a little bit about Canada. And the average Canadian knows far more about America than Americans know about Canadians. Also, there's a lot of Canadians that know far more about Americans than they do about Canada. So there's that issue too. New back dog is wondering, what's up, moose? It's a beefy reindeer. Bad lefty. Damn, Sandy, I was with your commie shit, but all that Brussels sprout propaganda, no, hard no. Hello, Doc Davies. Uh-huh. Yeah. A moose is just a really beefy reindeer. But tastes a little bit more like actual beef. Oh, hello, Manope. Anyway, yeah, so as per normal, I usually try to start my streams off covering some stuff that might be in the news about what's happening in Gaza. There's not a ton for me to cover this week about that because the media, it's not that they've moved on. It's just it's been different since the so-called ceasefire has been enacted. Like, unless you're paying attention to very strong lefty people who are covering this, like dedicatedly covering this, you're not hearing much about it these days. And Canada still has its biases, of course. Yeah, it's the Canadian government and what they've done for this is just absolutely disgusting. So we'll talk about a bit about that, and then we'll get into the bill that passed, the money bill that passed earlier this week, the budget bill, which threatened to plunge Canada into an election before Christmas. So that's not happening, but the bill is shit. It is pure shit. Yeah. So let's go here. So A.V. Lewis, who is a candidate in the NDP leadership race. So I'm not focusing too much on their one-off comments, but when it's connected to topics I'm talking about, I will mention that they're a candidate. Again, I don't feel like it's fair to constantly promote them when I'm not giving them equal platform, because Tennille is not on Twitter. She has said she's not on Twitter. So that's where I get most of my stuff from. So I wouldn't be giving her the same amount of attention by far. And it also just depends on my algorithms on who gets in. So, but this is related. He's pointing out something important. He says this report is damning. Carney's government is allowing the sales of millions of dollars worth of weapons used for genocide against Palestinians. Children have been murdered, families eradicated, and a society destroyed. Canada must adopt Jenny Wan's arm embargoes bill immediately. Anything less is complicity in a human rights catastrophe that will haunt Canada for generations to come. So this is a new one, apparently, because there was one that came out a little while ago that's like, yeah, so Canada still finding those loopholes to send arms to Israel because they want to be making their bag on it, one of the wealthiest nations in the world, and incessantly wanting to sell weapons to Israel and looking for little roundabout ways to doing it. So World Beyond War Canada says, breaking, we've just launched a devastating new report exposing a massive weapons pipeline running from Canadian factories and ports to Israel through the U.S. We are honored to co-author it with I don't know them, CJ PME, and the Arms Embargo Now Coalition. Now, world beyond Canada, I feel like I need to check. If we go here and we go, where's their little thingy here? Where are you based? They say they're based in Canada, but where's the U? Use American spelling for honor? Tisk, tisk. I don't know, you pawn jumpers, do you put a U in honor? Let me know how you spell our Canadian. Anyway, so breaking. New report exposes massive Canadian explosives and F-35 parts to Israel through the U.S. Swipe to read more or scroll down. Despite the government's attempt to placate us and create the illusion of having stopped Canada's export to Israel, the report uncovers that Canadian-made military goods have continued to flow this entire time, bypassing all Canadian export controls by flowing through the U.S. So for the first time, this report exposes ongoing flow of military goods from Canada to Israel through the United States, enabled by a deadly loophole in Canadian law. Hundreds of documented shipments of explosive and aircraft parts traced from Canadian factories through Canadian ports contain vital components. Despite talk of ceasefire, Israel's bombardment and occupation of Gaza have continued, along with arrests, assassination, and forced displacements across the West Bank. Get the feeling this will have more information. So what the data shows, 150 shipments of Canadian explosives and flammable materials sent from General Dynamics facility in Quebec to the U.S. Army ammunition plants, making 2,000-pound bombs, MK-84 bombs, 155mm shells, and 120mm tank rounds for Israel. 433 shipments of TNT, made in Poland, routed through Port Segnway, Quebec, en route. Okay, more 2,000-pound bomb stuff, 34 shipments of aircraft components, 100 more shipments of Canadian aircraft parts to Lockheed assembly line. Go to the next post directly from here. So Canada has long claimed that it plays a minimum role in arming Israel, or that it has cut off such exports, but evidence shows far more extensive involvement. Canada is a critical enabler of the United States multi-billion-dollar weapon transfer to Israel. Export records and U.S. Department of Defense contracts reveal hundreds of shipments from Canadian manufacturing to the U.S. weapon factories that produce Israel fighter jets and artillery shells and bombs. They also uncovered Canada's role as a key transit corridor for hundreds of shipments of European-made TNT used by the U.S. bomb maker supplying Israel. Okay, let me go. A loophole built for silence. These shipments represent only a fraction of Canada's true role in arming Israel. A regulatory loophole exempts most U.S.-bound military goods from requiring export permits, allowing the trade to operate in near total secrecy. Over the past 2 years, officials have repeatedly promised that no Canadian weapons would reach Gaza directly or indirectly. This report proves those claims are false. Canada has taken no action to close the loopholes or restrict U.S.-bound weapons. By enabling this trade, Canada is breaching its obligation under international law and is remaining active participant in Israel's assault on Gaza. To end this complicity, Canada must amend its export laws by adopting the No More Loopholes Act and sanctions Israel with a full two-way arms embargo. And cruise. So I would imagine that is this. I have like a bazillion tabs open right now, so yeah. We've just exposed a massive pipeline of military aircraft parts and explosives flowing from Canada to Israel via the U.S., facilitated by a deadly loophole in Canadian law. And so here it has different ways that you can act. You can email your MP, call your MP, toolkit, take action, shareable resources. So I'm going to pop this into the SandBox. for people to check out and see if there's something that you can do to take action. Now also, there's still a little, what's the word? When one side is treated differently than the other. There's a word in my head that I'm trying to think out. Not biased, really. Disproportionate implementation of the law. I don't know. What is the... Somebody in the SandBox knows this. You know the word that I'm trying to think of. Where one side is treated, given a lot of grace and the other side isn't. Somebody in the SandBox, read my mind. You know the word I'm going for. This is way too early in the stream to be going for messing up these things. No, it's not bias. It's anyway. Yes, as is always the coverage when it comes to people in Canada having anti-genocide protests, the pro-Palestinian protests, the way that they get treated by the media and law enforcement varies drastically than the way Zionists get treated, and the way that Zionists are allowed to get away with just full out assaulting people. And there's no follow-up, and it's getting dangerous. Like, it's already been dangerous, but the amount that the police just let Zionists off the hook for assaulting people sends a very bad message that, if you're a Zionist, you can just get away with the shit you want. Yes, Abernathy. Come on. No, you gotta actually jump up if you're going to do that. There we go. Yeah. Say hi, Abernathy. You want up on my lap, you gotta say hi. Ugh. And then you gotta sit still. Let's see. Favoritism? Double standard. Bad Lefty, you got it. There's a double standard in how people are treated. Hello, the Wild West. Cavita? Fuck, do I have that thing on here? No, I'll go back to the main shot just momentarily to do this. I should put this on the other screen as well so I can point to it to say that I am not going to pronounce your name right. So she says there have been 2 chemical attacks on the Palestine Solidarity community in Toronto in the last few days. Last night, a woman drove a plow directly through a crowd of protesters gathered on a sidewalk outside the U.S. consulate while smiling and giving them the finger. She appeared to be working for the City of Toronto, for a City of Toronto contractor. TPSO operations let her go. Oh, TPS operations let her go. Rhetoric from many in positions of power smearing Palestine solidarity has emboldened this dangerous behavior. The extremist and racist violence against our communities must be stopped. And so there's the woman there. But just going down here. So this is the National Council of Canadian Muslims saying, we are deeply concerned by the attack with a noxious substance that occurred yesterday during the Palestine flag raising at Toronto City Hall by a protester who appeared to be opposing the flag raising. While many gathered peacefully to witness this historic moment, Darian Richmond assaulted attendees with weapons and noxious substances. Sorry, this cat is shedding like crazy and it gets all stuck in my makeup and tickly. This is inappropriate because this is totally like wrecking the vibe of this cat. Okay, come on. You gotta go. Richmond has since been arrested and is set to appear in court early next year. Let's make no mistake about it. This kind of action is designed to cause terror and fear and intimidation at an event at the city of Toronto. This cat, all hours while I was working on all these dockets, nothing. Lights go on, cameras on, suddenly, no, he must be on my lap right now. Let's make no mistake about it. This kind of action is designed to cause terror, fear, and intimidation at an event at the City of Toronto. We are seeking clarity on which group Richmond is affiliated, if any, to ensure that they are held accountable for their hateful, harmful actions. Canada must remain committed to protecting all of its citizens from hate and violence. Frodo is over there. So here, a man attacks Palestinian flag raising in Toronto with noxious substance. Yeah, and that was all in the tweet that I just read. So here is The Grind, which is an independent magazine here, primarily like Toronto focused, that has some really good coverage on this. I need to like redo my lipstick because of this cat. We're not going to go through the whole thing. I'll toss it in the SandBox for people to read because it is a fairly long article. So organizers are raising alarm on public safety and policing after a woman drove a sidewalk snowplow through a peaceful Palestinian solidarity demonstration in downtown Toronto. Midway through the demonstration, which drew around 300 people, a woman driving an orange tractor drove directly towards a crowd that had gathered on the sidewalk. So, it is a sidewalk snowplow, and she's decided to just plow through them. She busted through the middle of the crowd without stopping, hitting several people. Benjamin Nolan told The Grind Nolan was designated police liaison for the protest. He described the incident as an attempted intimidating crowd. Luckily, there were no serious injuries. Video circulating show a man giving a speech and then the tractor driving directly through the crowd, causing panic and forcing demonstrators to quickly scatter out of the way. Some of those present say they were hit, but no one suffered serious injuries. Got it on this one.
We're making it clear. We know what our objective is. It didn't end at the ceasefire. It was never just about the ceasefire. It was about enforcing that an arms embargo. Shame. Make them move away, guys. Make them move.
Hey! What the fuck is wrong with you?
Guys, like, shame. Let's get this right here. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Let's not be distracted. We know why we're here.
So in the video, the driver does not appear to slow down or honk. Some protesters can be seen hitting the back of the plow. Moments after the tractor emerged from the crowd, photographer Jeff George snapped a photo of the driver giving the protesters the middle finger. So after the plow had gone about a block north past the demonstration, the driver pulled over and spoke to police officers before being allowed to drive away. In one video, the tractor is seen driving past two police officers who do not react or attempt to pursue the driver. In another video, an officer is seen dismissing complaints by organizers who witnessed the incident. Yeah, so here's somebody just driving a plow through a crowd, and the police officers are like, what you gonna do? Meh. The police watched the entire thing happen, says Nolan. It was frustrating because before the event, they gave this big song and dance about how the police were present to keep us safe. Omar Mahmoud is an organizer with Palestinian Youth Movement who witnessed the incident. It was shocking, to be honest, he tells The Grind. It took a few hours to even process what happened. It was unbelievable. Mahmoud said the incident is especially concerning given the recent spat of violence against Palestinians and those supporting Palestinian liberation in Toronto. So on November 17th, police arrested someone after allegedly spraying a noxious substance at a Palestine supporter attending a Palestinian flag-raising event in Toronto. And on November 5th, an Israeli soldier manhandled several university students who were protesting an off-campus event. I covered that story. So he was a former IDF soldier going on a tour across Canada to campuses, and it was called Combat on Campus. That was the speech that he was giving, Combat on Campus. And it was just a bunch of Zionist propaganda bullshit. And he violently manhandled some protesters who were peacefully protesting, threw them out of the door. And there was a report of an injury. That was an injury he sustained by punching the glass. So he gave it to himself. So the identity of the plows driver has not been confirmed, but the city spokesperson says the driver was a contract doing a dry run ahead of a winter season at the time of the incident. There was no snow on the ground on Tuesday, nor was there any expected that night. In a statement provided to CBC News, Barker said the city is open to investigating into the incident, adding, "The behavior displayed is completely unacceptable and falls short of the standards we expect from contractors operating on behalf of the City of Toronto." Toronto Police Services, which did not respond to the grind's request for comment, told CBC News that no complainants have come forward in connection with the incident. At this point, we have no reason to believe there was any malice intent by the driver, police spokesperson Stephanie Sayer added. No malice intent. Not honking, not slowing down, not saying, "Hey, I'm just doing a dry run. Can you please get out of the way?" No, just going right through, giving them the finger. No malice intent, though. Like, do I think she was trying to actually kill people? No. Intimidate and harm people? Yes. Absolutely. Yes. Assault? Yes. So, however, those present at the demonstration, including the police liaison, Nolan, said the incident was very clearly deliberate and that people complained on scene to police. The driver had every option to avoid the crowd, Nolan tells The Grind. It was a very busy night. She could have driven into the bike lane or onto the road where there were no protesters. I don't think she was going full speed, he added. He doesn't think the driver was trying to kill people, but I think it was an intimidation play. So yeah, I'll toss this into the SandBox for people who want to read the whole thing in detail. And then we saw that. And then here's Samara, who is an independent Palestinian journalist here in Canada, says the woman who plowed into pro-Palestinian protesters in Toronto goes by different aliases, but her name is Athena. For the sake of my dyslexia, I'm not going to touch that. Mavarkos. Her online presence is of a rabid and violent racist. Yeah. And, you know, again, the media, they don't take these things seriously. We need the independent journalists to actually cover these stories objectively. The police don't take these acts of aggression seriously, and our politicians are Zionist bootlickers, because here we have Jessa saying long live the intifada, and fuck all Canadian politicians who have left spaces for this criminalization of Palestinian liberation. So basically we have an MP here trying to make protesting for Palestinian rights illegal by, you know, banning the language or trying to say that, you know, certain language that the protesters use is akin to being terrorist language. I think Yapan jumpers have experience with this, with a certain phrase, you know, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action. Yeah, well, you see, our Zionist politician look at your Zionist politicians and say, we want to get in on that. So here we have York Centre MP Roman Babar announced that in the House that he will be introducing a motion to criminalize willful promotion of terrorism. It must be criminal to call for an intifada on Canadian streets. And I'm sure I'm saying that wrong.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Speaker, intifada is violent resistance. It must be criminal to call for intifada.
And they also say, you know, from the river to the sea is just an anti-Semitic phrase. And, you know, any sort of pro-Palestinian anti-genocide thing is an attack on the Jewish population and blah, blah, blah. And they go all over that. They always try to lump all Zionists and Jewish people together when those are two separate categories. You know, anti-Semitism, real anti-Semitism is bad and it is on the rise. But, you know, calling a Zionist a fascist Nazi is not being anti-Semitic. It's just an accurate descriptor.
On Canada's streets, it must be criminal to celebrate Hamas monsters by glorifying their death. That's why we need a bill to amend the criminal code to criminalize the promotion of terrorist group or terrorist activity. Canada already criminalizes participation and aiding of terrorism, but there is no offense targeting the advocacy or promotion of terrorism. This gap allows extremists and recruiters to promote terrorism on the streets and online. Colleagues, we need a bill to make it criminal to promote terrorist groups or terrorist activities while preserving charter right to free speech. I'm proud of our Conservative team for standing with me and for standing with Canada's Jewish community at a time of need. And I'm proud that this afternoon I'll be introducing a bill to criminalize the willful promotion of terrorism. Thank you, Speaker.
You know, it doesn't surprise me in a country such as Canada that there's people out there, it's like, we oppose the oppression of groups of people by colonial states, and Canadian politicians are like, terrorists! That's, yeah, that checks. Okay, so I think after this, we're getting into the budget. Yes. Okay, so I'll go back to the main shot. I'll start closing these tabs because I have so many freaking tabs open that my computer breathes heavy, as I tend to say. So I like to close them as I'm going along, just so that, you know, my computer doesn't crash. And I'll quickly check the SandBox before moving on to the budget that passed earlier this week. I'm not going to go into too much detail of it because I already covered what was kind of in it in a previous live stream, but we'll still touch on some of it. Let's see. Hello, Marty. So Andrew Fan says, yes, the ceasefire gave them an out to not talk about it much. Hello, JK. It's not a good sign when you describe how your wildlife, describe your wildlife by talking about how they taste. I've only ever tried moose once, and it was at somebody's birthday party who had exotic meats there, just for people to sample. That's it. Although some people, you know, especially First Nations, yeah, they still eat a lot of their traditional meats and stuff like that, which would be wildlife. And so I got, at that birthday party, I got to try moose, caribou, and alligator. And the alligator, it tasted like chicken, but had the texture of fish. The moose just tasted like a type of beef, but the caribou, it just tastes like, not like it's caribou. It's its own very distinct flavor. Let's see. So Bad Lefty covered me by saying it was a double standard, which is what I was looking for. New Back Dog says big paws. Yes, Abernappy, my cat, is a Bengal mix. I got him from a rescue. I did not realize he was a Bengal mix when I got him. If I did, I probably wouldn't have gotten him because I just thought he was a pretty tabby. But no, he's a Bengal mix, so he's a big kitty. Big kitty. Bad Lefty is saying that spraying nauseous substances is biological warfare. Because, yeah, you have no idea what they're spraying. And different people can have different reactions to it. If you have asthma, if you have sensitivities, allergies and stuff. So, like, these things can do some serious damage to people if it's just sprayed in a crowd. Let's see. Zara Canadian 2065 says, you reeled me in with the title. The accuracy 100% on. Yeah. Yeah, Doug Ford and Danielle Smith, 2 turds in a toilet. Well, I have an entire docket about Alberta, an entire docket about Ontario to go over after I'm done with the federal level stuff. But then I'm also have a docket about the transphobic laws being passed in Alberta and around the world. And it ties into the fact that this is all happening on the week of Transgender Week of Remembrance, Day of Remembrance, that sort of thing. And for those who are unaware, because you're new to my channel, I'm non-binary. I present female for the most part, so I'm fine with she, her pronouns. They, them pronouns are also fine. I just would prefer to not be referred to as a woman. Which is always kind of adorable when a troll comes into the sandbox and be like, oh, look, it's a man with makeup on or something because they think I'm a trans woman. And then I just feel all nice and flattered because it's like, wow, you think I could pass for a man? Because there's times where I wish I could. You know, there's times where I wish I could actually just present masculine, but that's not something I can necessarily pull off for reasons. And I'd have to do a lot more voice training and stuff too. But yeah. So we'll be talking a lot more about Alberta and Ontario in just a little bit. Hello, PB. The cops are there to protect property, not people. Doc Davies says Starmer is a Zionist. Well, I know Justin Trudeau is one because he said so. Zionism is not a dirty word. That's what he said. I don't think Mark Carney has outright come and said it, but you know, actions speak louder than words. And Mark Carney is just the better looking identical twin of Keir Starmer. So JK, surely it must be a crime to support the murder of tens of thousands of children. Yeah. Hello, Orb Frumer. Okay. Say, oh, me. Okay. Bad lefty woke trolls. No, I've had it one time. A troll came into the sandbox. It was like, oh, look, a man in a dress. It's like, first of all, I'm wearing a skirt, not a dress. It's 2 parts. It's not all connected. Second, why, thank you. Are you being sweet on me? Trying to misjudge. You think I could pass for a man? Why? Thank you for the compliment. Yeah, it's you really do start to understand that they don't care. They're just looking for whatever they think will offend you, because they'll be like, "You're a man," and then I'll be like, "Well, I'm non-binary," uh, uh, type thing, and then it's like, "You're a woman." It's like they're trying to figure out how they can misgender me appropriately to try to offend me, but it's like, eh. And I don't get offended by people who are doing that because I know what they're doing, and all the turds I gave about it are sitting in the toilet right now. But it's extremely problematic what they're doing in the UK right now, and we'll be getting to that story later in the live stream. So let's go back to... This isn't quite to do with the budget, but this is just pointing out a very piece of shit MP that we have right now. And the only reason why I'm pointing him out is because the Conservative Party of Canada is going to be having a leadership review in the very near future. It's a toss-up if Pierre stays on as leader. And I say it's a toss-up because his base really likes him, but the rest of Canada really hates him. So it depends if there's enough quiet cooing members within the Conservative Party that will vote against him remaining as leader. And then if there's a leadership race, this next guy who I'm talking about will run. He will absolutely run to be leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. Jamel Javani, he is also best friends with J.D. Vance, and he brings all of the American hate politics up to Canada, about the Christian nationalism. He went on tour recently about the racism in the Liberal Party. He was trying to do a tour of the North, a similar thing to Charlie Kirk, but he lacks the charisma Charlie Kirk had, and that's saying a lot. So he's just a horrible human being, and now he's saying, you know what, all those hungry kids in Canada, no free lunches. No free lunches for them. Because, they're all about family. So this person, Michael, is just saying the federal government offered funding which provinces took to have lunch programs so all kids could have nutrition at school. We were the only G7 country without it. To call this program being a daddy is just juvenile and shows you don't actually give a shit. So this is Jamel Javani saying the federal government wants to be your daddy and buy your kids lunch. The federal government should instead be building an economy where you can afford to buy your kids lunch. Tell me what you think. He doesn't want to know what I think.
The government put in their recent budget a commitment to fund a national school food program. Now, that probably sounds good to a lot of Canadians. So the government's helping kids get lunch.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Because their kids go into school without food. It should frighten us that there aren't parents who can buy their own kids lunch. And we talk about what needs to change outside of government policy. It is the idea that the government shouldn't be your daddy. The government shouldn't be your mother.
They're not. Making sure that the population of their country is healthy and fed is actually their job. That's part of their job. To look after the people of Canada. That's the job of the government. And if the policies that the government has put in place make it so that you can work full time, even have multiple jobs and still not be able to feed your family, well, that's problematic to begin with. And then to start saying, well, on top of that, we also shouldn't be feeding the people we have forced into poverty. That's just heartless. That's sociopathic.
Right? We have families, and families should be strong enough to provide for their children. And when they're not...
So basically, yeah, you should be a good family and be able to do this. There's like, not so subtle digs going on for people who live with poverty, that it is your fault for living with poverty and the government shouldn't be bailing you out if that's the case.
Not that should break our hearts and make us weep. It should not be used as a justification for the government to have even more influence, even more input, even more control over our lives.
We're going to control your lives by making sure you're fed. Excuse me, what? We're going to control your life by making sure your kids get a nutritious lunch at school so that they can focus on the classroom. Yep, complete control. What an asshole.
I wish more Canadians were offended by the idea that the government wants to buy your kids lunch.
Yeah.
Are you offended that the government wants to supply hungry kids with food? Are you offended yet? Are you not offended by the fact that the government is actually going to step up and fill in some of the holes it created? Yeah, it's a Band-Aid solution, no doubt about it, but aren't you offended that they're trying to mitigate the damage that the policies they have put in place have caused? You should be offended that your kids might get fed.
And the government is making it okay for you to not be able to provide your own children with food. That's a problem. But
But the thing is, it's even the families who can provide their children with food would also benefit from this. It's the food, it's available for everyone. Not just the kids living in poverty, it's the lunch, it's everyone, so that nobody is left out, nobody is scrutinized or singled out, that sort of thing.
is the cultural issue that we encounter, is that every time the government promises to do something for you that used to be done by your own family, that used to be done by your neighbor, that used to be done by your church or your temple, every time the government promises you something.
Yeah, it used to be the charities and the churches picking up the slack of all the issues that the government has caused. And we need to continue that because, have you seen down in the States recently, that little TikToker who called churches asking for baby formula, and a lot of the Christian churches told her to be like, excuse me, we don't do that sort of, what do you think we are? Like godly children here that feed the hungry? No. Unless you actually go here and donate regularly, we're not going to give you anything. So yeah, those are the organizations that people should be relying on to fill in the gaps that the government has created, not the government itself filling in the gaps that it created.
We need to get back to a point where we ask the question, why? Why do they have to do it? And why do they get to spend our tax dollars doing us a favor and we're supposed to be grateful? Instead of saying to ourselves,
how dare we use our tax dollars to feed children? It's just a favor. It's a favor to feed our children. And it's sad, and I'm laughing because he would stand a good chance of winning just through American interference because he is best friends with J.D. Vance. So the amount of propaganda, the amount of money that would go into his campaign means there's a good chance this douche canoe would win the leadership race. I strongly suspect I know who else will be running in the race, and we'll get to him in just a little bit.
No, we don't actually think that's the government's place. The government's place is not to take our money, do us a favor.
That's exactly what the government is supposed to be doing. Is taking our taxpayer money and giving it back in the way of services and like healthcare and food. Like, that's exactly what it's for.
The government should be facilitating a strong community and strong families.
And that happens when kids are fed.
And people who can stand on their own. And when they disagree with the government can say, I disagree with you, I'm not dependent on you, and I don't have to mimic your talking points or your virtue signaling. But the more we become state dependent as people, the more we're afraid to push back. And that is the problem.
No, no. Yes, restore the North Tour is what he was doing. Oh, yes, I use the term douche canoe. So I say, I brought in, so the other person I suspect who will run for the leadership already has been leader. His name is Andrew Scheer. So he was leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, but I think he wants to try again. And he had to step down because of corruption. And one of the rare times corruption actually caught up with him, where he was spending like taxpayer money to send his kids to private schools and whatnot. I get a strong sense he's trying to do that thing where what's the word? When you try to revamp yourself, re-image yourself, that's not it. When you try to change your image, there's a word for it. Somebody in the SandBox, cover me on this. There's a word for it. Darn it. Remake your image, I think maybe is what I'm going for. Remake your image. And I think Andrew Scheer is absolutely doing that. I have no doubt that if there is a leadership race for the Conservative Party, he's going to run again. He's absolutely going to run it. Rebrand. Okay, yeah, you guys got it. You guys got it. Yes, he's trying to rebrand himself. Yeah, he's trying to rebrand himself and make it seem like he'd be a good choice for leader, even though he failed at it before. But like I said, there was the vote on the budget earlier. And let's just break it down quickly here. So the Liberals have survived the budget vote and there will be no election. The final vote was 170 to 168. So the Liberal Party has, pretty much 170. That's the entire Liberal Party. And the only reason why they won was because of 4 abstentions. 2 from the Conservative, 2 from the NDP. They abstained, which meant that the budget passed. We'll get into why the NDP, 2 NDPers did it, but here's the thing. So CPC, so Conservative Party MPs Andrew Scheer and Scott Reid hadn't voted electronically and weren't in the chamber, but okay, there's a typo there. Until after the NDP voted, they rushed to their seats and asked to vote no. The doors are locked when the vote starts, so the pair were in the antechamber during the vote. It's actually far more embarrassing than that. So yes, when a vote like this is started, doors are locked to make sure that people can't go in and leave and stuff. And basically, these 2 Conservatives were sitting in the wings waiting. And as soon as they knew it was safe for them to vote no, they rushed to their seats and said, "Technical difficulties, I vote no." Because they were waiting. If those 2 NDPers had not abstained, then they just wouldn't have abstained so that the budget would pass. Because the Conservatives actually love the budget. The budget is a conservative budget. It gets rid of tax breaks on luxury items, increases military spending, more pipelines. Like, it is by far one of the most conservative budgets we've had in decades. And this includes when we've had conservative leadership. This is more conservative than our conservatives, which is not shocking that a conservative crossed the floor to the Liberal Party. But they can't, that MP had to phrase it in such a way that, I just agree with the budget and stuff, because the Liberal Party can't go on and brag. Well, the person who crossed the floor can't say, no, it's because this is a wonderful conservative budget and I like it, because the Liberal Party still needs that cover that they're a Liberal Party when they're not. So they don't want somebody coming right out and saying, I crossed the floor because they are conservative. But just let's listen to these cowardless dweebs go in last minute.
It's
honourable official opposition House leader has a point.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I had technical difficulty. I would like to vote no.
Technical difficulty, I would like to vote no. He was in the chamber the entire time. So again, they're running to their seats right after the NDP had voted.
Mr. Reed?
Who?
Mr. Reed. You can just recognize
Mr. Reed, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was unable to use my app. I would like to vote no.
Yeah, sure.
Anyone else?
I love that. Anyone else?
Okay.
So the budget passed. So had those two NDPers not abstained, they would not have voted, thus abstaining, thus allowing the budget to go through. But here it's pointed out, you can literally see them hiding behind the curtains every time the camera pans across the CPC benches. Then once the votes ends, you can see Scheer not in his seat, bottom right of the video. He should be seated right next to Uppel. The broadcast then displays the electronic vote summary for about 45 seconds. Then when the chamber video returns at about 1:05 mark, Scheer is magically back at his seat, signaling back to Reed to ensure he tells the speaker that they had technical issues. If you still don't believe me, the entire broadcast of the vote is available on our thing. So here, these absolutely sniveling cowards are hiding behind the curtains while the vote is going on, so that they object permanence is not a thing. If they can't see us, they don't know we're here. What fucking sniveling little troglodyte cowards. Like, oh my God. Absolutely no backbone in these people. Because they could have just abstained when the Conservatives voted, but no, they had to wait until the NDP did. And I suspected that the NDP would vote the way that they did. That they would vote for it, but have some abstentions so that they could say, basically what they ended up saying is that we did not want an election now, but we do not agree with this budget. And so David Mosscrop here is just saying the Conservatives will now pretend they oppose the budget when they wanted it to pass as much as the rest of the lot and ensure it did with absentations. So here is Pierre Poilievre. Mark Carney's budget will drive up the cost of living on every Canadian, on food, on homes, and on everything else Canadians buy. Conservatives demanded an affordable budget for affordable life. On behalf of Canadians, the Liberals have priced out food, homes, and life. Conservatives voted no tonight to this costly credit card budget that gambles away Canada's future. Yeah, it's more conservative than what Pierre probably would have even presented. But here's Don Davies. He's the current interim leader of the NDP. So the NDP lost so many seats in the last election, they don't even have official party status right now, which again is part of the reason why they don't want an election right now. They do not want a federal election right now because they don't even have a leader. They want to wait, try to rebuild the party a bit, and then see about forcing the government into an early election or something. Like I said, I've been covering the leadership race on my channel. I've interviewed Tony McQuail, who's a candidate. I will be, hopefully, if everything stays on schedule, interviewing Tennille, who's also running for leadership. But, I would really love to interview Heather, Avi, and Rob. Really love to do that. I have some questions that will be absolutely and completely fair, which means they might scare some of them. Rob has the least to worry. I'm just saying. But here is Don Davies saying, budget reveals values. Mark Carney's budget demands sacrifices from working families by slashing services, cutting frontline jobs, while giving the ultra-wealthy a tax break on luxury yachts and private jets. What values does that represent? David Dole from The Rational National also did a wonderful video breaking down the budget. So people can go to his channel, The Rational National, and check it out. His Canadian videos do not do well, so, always give it a boost when you can. But here's Don Davies talking about the budget.
Mr. Speaker, it's been said, don't tell me your values, show me your budget, and I'll tell you your values. The Liberal budget chose to slash public services and cut frontline jobs, but eliminate a tax on luxury yachts and private jets. To cover this blatant gift to the rich, the finance minister claimed the tax cost more to administer than it raised, but that's not true. The luxury tax brought in 20 times what it cost, raising hundreds of millions of dollars a year. What value should Canadians take from the Liberals' choice?
Oh no, what about the poor yacht owners? Yeah, the 20 people or so that this luxury tax would actually affect here in Canada. But here's Don Davies again, just talking about why they voted the way they did. So this was planned going into it. They knew that, they would have a couple of their NDPers abstain from this and that they would vote because, again, they didn't want an election, but they also don't support the budget. And so here's Don Davies just talking about that a bit more.
Good evening, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. In the lead up to Budget 2025, New Democrats made it very clear that it needs to address head-on the crises facing Canadian families and invest in the programs that Canadians rely on. We have record unemployment, particularly among young people. We have a housing shortage and a cost of living crisis in communities across the country. Our cherished public healthcare system needs to be expanded, not cut. We need better childcare. Since the budget was presented almost 2 weeks ago, we have taken the time to listen to our constituents and to meet with stakeholders. It is clear from those conversations that this is a budget that does not address the real needs facing Canadians. It fails to meet the moment, deliver transformational change, or address the urgent needs facing Canadians. While there are elements of the budget which reflect our concerns, on the whole, this is a conservative budget. From reducing healthcare funding to provinces, to making deeper cuts to services than Stephen Harper's budgets did, including to programs that are helping Canada's most marginalized.
Stephen Harper being the last Conservative premier that we had.
Communities, to reversing action on the climate crisis, this budget fails to deliver the policies our country needs. It particularly fails Indigenous people. But through these discussions, it became equally clear that Canadians do not want an election right now. The consequences of defeating this budget would not be to improve it or to help Canadians. It would be to plunge the country into an election only months after the last one, and while we still face an existential threat from the Trump administration.
Yeah, now is really not the time for another election.
On that basis, we engaged in conversations with the government about improvements that could strengthen the budget and earn our support. At this time, the Liberals have not been willing to make those changes. And so, we have decided to put the interests of our country first, to vote against the budget, but to help prevent an election. Canada is facing instability and overlapping crises. In these challenging times, we must put our country's well-being first above partisan interests. When the next election comes, whenever that may be, Canadians will hold Mark Carney responsible and to account for his record and for the choices that he made in this budget. But today, New Democrats are choosing stability over political games.
Yeah, I have yet to see a lot of politicians actually be held accountable for the policies that they push forward when it comes to an election. It all depends on how they spin it. So, Elizabeth May, the Green Party member, MP right now, leader of the Green Party, voted in favor of the budget, basically because she said Mark Carney pinky promised that we would meet our Paris climate targets. He promised. You see, the liberals are good at promising promises and announcing announcements, but you can't spell liberals without the letters LIES. To just be like, oh, I take Mark at his word. No concrete proposals, no concrete anything, nothing saying like, this is what Mark Carney told me that he would do in order to help meet these targets. Nope, nope, nope. He just pinky promised that he would. And so Stephen here is just saying, you know his plan includes expanding Churchill into an Arctic shipping hub, right?
Merci. Ma question.
Thank you. My question is for the Prime Minister.
I agree that it is a deficiency in the budget that our legally binding Paris commitments are not mentioned. Can he confirm here on the floor of this House that in passing this budget, the government is committed to holding to as far below 2 degrees as possible, to funding climate adaptation, to delivering on the nature strategy, and continuing to engage in meaningful Indigenous reconciliation?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for advocacy of the Youth Climate Corps, which is in this budget and which this House can vote for. Vote for the future of this country. Mr. Speaker, this budget puts us on the path for real results for climate, for nature, for reconciliation.
No, Bill C5 that they put through actually helps to fast track a lot of these projects. And we'll get a little bit more into this about how almost immediately Mark Carney is going back on some of these promises to help with the environment.
Reconciliation. I can confirm to this House that we will respect our Paris commitments for climate change, and we're determined to achieve them. I can confirm with this House that, consistent with our Kunming Montreal commitments, the nature strategy will be released in the coming weeks. We will build this country strong, sustainable, and pure for future generations.
So how are we going to do that? More pipelines and oil tankers, according to Mark Carney. It's just to take Mark Carney at his word when he's not actually proposing anything. It's all performance. And like, here's a performance that Elizabeth May put on again about, hey, we shouldn't do this. And we'll get to why she's speaking out against this in just a moment. But so fact check, no U.S. oil tankers do not pass through the, I know how to say this, this waterway, which will be mentioned by her, shows exactly why tanker ban exists and why protecting it matters. Now, why would this ban be under threat, you might ask? We'll get to it in a moment, but here's her explaining it.
Hello. Lesson on geography and safe marine transit for oil tankers, especially to the attention of slow learners. Daniel Smith, Andrew Scheer, take note.
You forgot a name. You forgot a name. So why did you mention Andrew Scheer in that? What does he got to do with it? Danielle Smith, I understand. She's the premier of Alberta and wants to have pipelines that go through to the coast in BC and would want those oil tankers there. I get that. But why mention Andrew Scheer and not, let's say, Mark Carney, the current prime minister? Anyway, we'll get to it.
Here we go. You cannot put tankers through the Hecate Strait. So let me show you. This is a quick and dirty map I just drew. This is British Columbia. This is the west coast of British Columbia. Alaska up here, Yukon here. This is where I live, on Vancouver Island, coming down the southern part of the coast of British Columbia. And up here, the territory of the Haida Nation, Haida Gwaii. in between Haida Gwaii and the northwest coast of British Columbia is the most dangerous body of water in Canada. That's right. Right here, the Hecate Strait is covered by the tanker ban. Yesterday in Parliament, Andrew Scheer said,
"Why are the Liberals keeping in a law that prevents Canada from exporting our oil while U.S. tankers travel through the exact same place?"
No, Andrew, no, wrong. U.S. tankers go from Alaska all out here in the open ocean down to Washington State. Don't love it, but it's not like as anywhere near as dangerous as the loony idea of bringing oil tankers up along the northwest coast of British Columbia, which is, as I mentioned, not just the most dangerous body of water in Canada, the fourth most dangerous body of water on the planet. Hecate Strait has been protected from oil tanker traffic.
Basically, it's just common sense not to ship through that.
By a moratorium between the BC and federal government that's been honored voluntarily since 1972. Justin Trudeau put it in a law with a tanker ban. But bear in mind, it's been honored for 50 years, and no one is going to lift it. Come hell or high water, which is actually a good definition of the Hecate Strait.
So here's a little bit more about the Hecate Strait here, just to give you an idea of what they're dealing with. So it is a wide but shallow strait between the community, the island, and the mainland. It merges with, okay, we don't need to know that. So about 140 kilometers wide. At its southern end, the Hecate Strait narrows north to about 48 kilometers. It is about 260 kilometers in length. Okay. No. Oh, here we go. Hazards and restrictions. The strait is listed by Environment Canada as the most dangerous body of water in the entire Canadian coast and the fourth most dangerous in the world. It is noted for strong winds, powerful tidal currents, frequent storms, and shallow waters. During winter storms, wave can reach 10 to 20 meters and expose the sea floor. There is a moratorium on large oil tankers and large zone that includes the Hecate Strait. These waves are so severe in this shallow water that it gets to the point where you can actually touch the sea floor. And you want an oil tanker in waves like that being all of a sudden slammed onto the sea floor and then having the oil break out of that and then just being sloshed back and forth between the mainland and the island? Because that's what would happen, is it would just be sloshed back and forth. It's just common sense that you wouldn't put a big boat there. Like, my God. No, like it makes a lot of sense that you wouldn't put tankers in that when the storms can actually expose the sea floor in between the waves because they're so severe. Okay, and so I think this is out of order. I want this over here. Okay, so we'll go to this next. So as I was kind of making digs towards Mark Carney with what I was saying, so Rob Ashton is also another candidate for the federal NDP. He says, what the heck is Carney thinking? BC and the impacted nations have spoken, lifting the tanker ban is not on. Hell will freeze over before it's lifted. Those decisions can't be stitched together between Carney and Smith alone. BC First Nations and workers must be at the table from day one. Backroom deals like this will create more harm than good. Let's work together, not against each other. Oh. So it's Mark Carney, the current prime minister, that wants to maybe see about getting rid of that oil tanker ban. You know, the one that Elizabeth May was so smugly talking about, like how it shouldn't be there. How she mentioned Danielle Smith and Andrew Scheer. She didn't mention Mark Carney. So Kearney Smith moving closer to a deal that could include BC oil pipeline source, which would include tankers. And I went down to, I think, yeah, this video here in the CBC article.
Behind the scenes, pipeline talks are happening, but in these halls, ministers choose their words carefully.
Are you with the Prime Minister negotiating a new oil pipeline with Alberta?
I won't comment on an article with anonymous sources.
CBC News has confirmed what the Globe and Mail first reported. As the feds discuss a new energy accord with Alberta, they've agreed to possible exemptions to the current tanker ban on BC's northern coast.
I don't want to prejudge what may happen.
BC Liberals, though, say a new oil pipeline is a hard sell.
It's going to have provincial buy-in and Indigenous support.
They're going to need to ensure that there's actually a proponent for this. I have not heard a private sector proponent.
The news that Ottawa could soften coastal protections is not welcome by some.
Certainly disappointing hearing that the tanker ban will be bypassed for the sake of a pipeline.
BC shores are seeing increased LNG shipments, something that has buy-in from some First Nations.
Some First Nations. You see, the government, federal and provincial governments, are always very good at saying, oh, well, we did consultations with First Nations, but they selectively pick the ones that are more, amicable to them. And then when they say consult, it doesn't mean that they came to an agreement. It's just like, well, we told them what we were going to do. That's consulting, isn't it? Just saying this is what we have in mind. It doesn't actually mean that they take to heart any feedback that they get. So some First Nations is important here because not all of them will allow this to happen.
Potential pipeline to ship diluted bitumen is another matter.
Having discussions about a hypothetical project that has no private sector proponent at this time, it actually distracts from all the good work we could be doing together.
If Alberta and Ottawa reach a deal, it could put an end to years of bad blood.
Obviously, Smith was not a fan of Trudeau and the Trudeau Liberals. Probably the same could be said in reverse.
Mending that rift, though, could strain alliances that keep the Liberal minority government intact.
You can't pretend an oil tanker isn't going to break apart and contaminate the coasts, sloshing back and forth oil.
Well, then maybe you shouldn't have voted for it or act like, well, Mark Carney pinky promised the Paris Accord thing.
Officials on both sides remain tight-lipped, concerned media leaks could torpedo sensitive talks. But the Alberta Premier's office confirms that they're in the final stages of negotiations. David Thurton,
Okay, let's do Bill. Okay, so this one isn't talking about Bill 5 in particular, but Bill 5 is something that would help to supersede environmental concerns when it comes to projects like this. I think that's still out of order. I want this one next. And so AV, again, running for leadership of the NDP, says, my position is clear. I am unequivocally opposed to any new fossil fuel development, including LNG. Industry and governments have spent years selling the lie that natural gas is the bridge to the future. The bridge is burning. We must have the courage to say to every government of any stripe, if you're building new pipelines or fossil infrastructure, this shall not pass. I'm in agreement with this. I think that there should be no more fossil fuel projects, just a hard no. And if that means, there's short-term suffering, so be it. But all of our focus, all of our resources should be going into developing renewable sources at this point, because the planet is dying. And at this point, climate change is going to get out of control. It's going to affect everyone. And we're at the mitigate, and eventually at some point, if we get our act in gear, start to reverse it. But it's like a barge. You can't just stop it and start going back. So even if we start doing everything right now, it's still going to get worse for a while when it comes to climate change. And so at this point, it's a matter of mitigating those damages and then eventually working at reversing that barge.
When it comes to the question of LNG, I want to be really clear. I'm a British Columbian NDPer, and I am very grateful for our NDP government in this province. But when it comes to LNG, so many of us are heartbroken, we are utterly mystified, and we are frankly enraged at the fact that our NDP government is going full bore on this fossil fuel. The Xilisms project, re-announced by Carney this week, should not proceed, in my view. Absolutely not. It's US owned and operated. The backers of it are Trumpian billionaire bad guys.
And this has been covered also by Rachel Gilmore and other sources that, yeah, so much for all that elbows up bullshit talk that he was saying, because he's bending over backwards to work with Americans, Donald Trump, billionaires, to force through these energy projects, these fossil fuel energy projects. And he even passed the bill, Bill 5, to do that.
And like many BCers, I'm totally opposed to it. You know that companies and governments have for a long time peddled the PR spin that natural gas is a bridge to a clean energy future. The bridge is burning. It is no kind of bridge. Methane is the most potent greenhouse gas in the next 20 years when we must make this societal shift. It leaks at the fracking site, it leaks at the liquefaction site, it leaks when they're putting it on the tankers. We must choose a different path. This is no bridge to the future. And we can't just oppose conservative or liberal projects like this. We need to have the bravery to say to any government of any stripe that is building new pipelines and new fossil fuel infrastructure, this shall not pass. Now, here's the thing. We're allowed to disagree within the NDP family.
No, you're not. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No. During a leadership race, you can disagree with each other because you're trying to, separate yourself in your platforms and things of that sort. But once you join the NDP as like a MP, MPP, all that sort of stuff, no, you're not allowed to disagree. I know this firsthand because I tried to get involved. I tried to run for the NDP. I know that if you disagree with them, you don't get in. You don't get in, and if you're already in and you disagree with them, you get kicked out. Just ask Sarah Jama. During the leadership race, they can disagree with each other. But once they're in, they have to agree with the NDP.
I'm fighting for a federal NDP that will be utterly clear on climate, and that means getting off fossil fuels, protecting workers, and protecting our shared future. And at the same time, I support and appreciate and love the BC NDP government for everything that it's doing on housing. We got $10.
So do you support the closure of safe consumption sites? Supervised consumption sites? Do you support the BC NDP forcing people into treatment? There have been some very conservative moves within the BC NDP. Do you support those ones too? Or are you just going to ignore that those are a thing? The closing down of encampments, making being unhoused illegal, all the things that are happening in BC under the NDP provincial government. You gonna mention those? Yeah, probably not.
A day childcare in this province. BC is always the first on those expansions of the social safety net. We got free post-secondary tuition for youth in care. We're making the tax system more progressive in BC. And I feel more than one thing at once, like we all do. We can have conflicting feelings and positions together. The problem is the establishment media is waiting to pounce on any disagreement, to declare circular firing squad on the left, NDP family fight, etc. We're not going to let them do that. We are allowed to have respectful disagreements within the NDP family. It is a democratic party. If you're confused, it's right there in the name.
Yeah. Thank you for that condescending remark at the end, but yeah. And right, I was just going to show this. So this is quote tweeted to that video that she was talking about the tankers. And then Aaron Gunn says, Elizabeth May, this you? And you can see her in a Viper car, and somebody saying, the fact that Elizabeth May has been a passenger of a gas-powered vehicle at least once in her life does not mean that she doesn't care about the environment overall, and I say this as someone who doesn't support her anymore and who has resigned as a member of the GPC because of her leadership. So first of all, anything that's coming from Aaron Gunn should be automatically dismissed. He is an absolute horrendous MLA in BC who... conspiracy theory, racist, genocide denier, all of it, just the whole gambit. And still somehow he won. And it is just absolutely horrifying that somebody as disgusting as him could win a seat. I read the comments of this video. Is anyone going to mention this is AI? At least that's what I see when I look at this, is that it's AI. Like, no, if she was riding in a Viper, would I care? No. This is AI, but nowhere in the comments, there was no community notes or anything stating that this is AI. And they're just, this is the future where you can't trust anything you see. And why do I think this is AI? Well, first of all, they would just be parked in the middle of the road right here because you can't hold an umbrella up like that while actually traveling because, you know, wind would blow it away. The perspective of the color is off here, even though it is like a checker pattern. The perspective of the wheel is off. Also, her hand is on the outside of this glass. Her other arm is there. She would have to dislocate her hips to turn that much in that car to have that angle. Plus, she's not that slim. Also, if you zoom in here, a couple of his fingers are fused together. This is the future, though. To have like these pictures as a gotcha. I'm not, and that's the thing. This might be real, but you have to second guess everything right now because of all the AI that's out there. Like, to me, I look at this and I see AI, but nowhere in the comments was somebody pointing out like, oh, by the way, this is AI. Nothing. Nobody. So where are the other pictures of her in this Viper car? There's also no antenna. Not that that's a big deal because some of the pictures I saw of a Viper, they don't always include the antenna. But it's just, this is the future of our discourse online. It is rage baiting with pictures that might not actually exist. Like, these things don't actually exist. Because you ain't driving a car in the rain with an umbrella up like that, because, you know, you would want both hands on the wheel, I would imagine, and trying to keep an umbrella steady when it's catching wind. No seatbelt, that too, yeah. There's lots of little things going on there. Okay, I'll close these tabs before we get on to the next dockets. So I also just wanted to say that I am a little envious of what's happening in the UK right now, and I'm sure that's shocking to you pawn jumpers, that there could be anything envious going on. But right now, the Green Party in the UK is on the rise with Zach Polanski, and there's been some defections from the Labour Party to the Green Party and stuff. We don't have that here right now in Canada. We don't have a party that's being boldly progressive and doing things that would actually speak to a lot of the people who have just gotten fed up and don't even bother voting anymore. I suspect, and there's been rumors of Liberals that are really unhappy with Mark Carney because they see him for the conservative he is. But as far as I'm concerned, if they aren't saying anything, then they're spineless dweebs who shouldn't have their positions. But these are people who are more concerned with keeping their job and their status than they are than what's doing right for the party, because If there were any Liberal members with any principles right now, they'd be defecting to the NDP. Because the NDP has a Liberal platform, just like the Liberals have a Conservative platform. And so any principles at all in those Liberal members, they should be deflecting to the NDP, but they're not going to do that because the NDP doesn't even have party status right now. And so unless a bunch of them behind the scenes are getting together and saying, hey, let's all do this together to actually give them party status, they ain't going to do that because they're more worried about their own personal status. You know, their role as a politician, their identity as a politician. That's more important to them than, you know, the people of this country. Because they're all 1%ers. If they step down as being a politician, they're going to be fine. They'll be able to find a lobbying job or work in a corporation as a CEO or something. They don't need to be a politician. They want to be a politician because of the status it gives them, the clout, the feeling of importance it gives them to be a politician. And so they're not going to put that on the line by following principles and deflecting to a party that doesn't even have a status right now. So fucking infuriating that we have so many people in power that don't give a shit about the people. Okay. Let's check the SandBox before we move on to Alberta. Let's go to Alberta next. Why do I still have 3 dockets up? There's that. Oh, right. Yeah, there is 3. Alberta, Ontario, and then the docket about trans rights. Okay, which one is this? Oh, this is the Alberta one. Okay. So, we're talking about Alberta next. And first, I'm checking the SandBox. Lanier was in here earlier. Let's see. I saw those. Okay. PB says your government should help you become a healthy and well-educated part of peaceful society. What are they to do in the meantime while the economy recovers so they can? Talking about the lunches that that you should be offended about the government wanting to actually, you know, do its job and feed the people. Zaria says the profound lack of empathy in conservative Canada is just vile. Entropy fan says the conservatives are not beating the literal demons from hell accusations. John Glad, I hope he is a minority when it comes to his views in the party. I would imagine most of the Conservative Party aren't as extreme as Jamel Giovanni, but I still think he'd stand a good chance of winning the leadership race just because of the backing of J.D. Vance. The Wild West. My tax dollars feeding children so unchristian. PB, virtue signaling to say you want to feed children. Yeah. Let's see. Talking about grandma? I don't know. It's good that people have conversations in the SandBox. It helps it in the algorithm so more people can, you know, stop by my channel. And while you're stopping by my channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button, like, and share. Miss Blue Ocean, I'm sure that Canada is upping the military budget in response to the orange fascist piece of garbage in the States, not defending it, but I'm just making an observation. No. It's actually in cahoots with the United States for the most part, like the Golden Dome thing. He's upping the military budget to appease Trump. That's it, like 5% towards NATO and stuff of that sort. It's not to... There's nothing Canada could ever do to really defend ourselves if the United States decided to do like a full-on military attack. It doesn't matter how much we spend on the military. It's a numbers thing. It's a weapons advancements thing. It's the fact that, you know, the United States has a larger military budget than the rest of the world combined, pretty much. So there's nothing that we could do. It's to appease him and actually help support some of his ideas. Is to send money, you know, to Israel and the weapons we use overseas and all those, like all the conflicts in the Middle East and all the weapons and military that we're spending there. The Golden Dome here over North America and stuff like that. It's yeah. Hello, Ethan Dark. Miss Blue Ocean says Sandy does such a good job. Why, thank you. And that we should be doing a collab is being suggested, and I'm open to it. Let's see. The Wild West. I've been in a Porsche owned by the deputy leader of Canadian Alliance. Don't cancel me. Zarya, AI rage baiting the newest Olympic sport. Yep. BCAT, I'm envious of anyone not living in the United States. I'm feeling for my American neighbors. Alberta is a bit of a combination between the Texas and Florida of Canada. Like they have the culture of Texas, but with the outright, you know, conservative rage baiting right-wingism as Florida, I think. Okay. Hello, Sandman. I'm not sure what the MLT stands for. Welcome to the SandBox, Sandman. Miss Blue Ocean, me too. Maybe we should do it on Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern soon when we're on this space and we can have it on both our channels. That could work. That could work. I just don't want to make any commitments now because of my kitty cat, Frodo. It all depends. I have all these plans for shows in the next little while, but his health is not great, Frodo. He's going in for more blood work tomorrow, and if it's okay, he's going in for surgery on Friday. I love that cat more than anything else in this world. He is my world. He's 18, but he still has a lot of life left in him. He has a mass on the side of his neck. That's benign. It should be fairly simple to remove, but because of kidney issues and age, it might be too dangerous to do surgery on him. But I think it's stopping him from eating. I'm having to spoon feed him, and yeah, He still has a lot of life left in him. I just hope that he can make it through the surgery and then get the surgery and then start eating again on his own. Oh, but yeah. So it all depends if if his health takes a turn. I'm going to be out of commission for a while. Like, it's just, I will be a non-camera ready person for quite some time if he passes away. Because, yeah, he's my world. He is my world. Anyway, should probably get back to the news because we still have a lot to go over. Already been at this for just over 2 hours. And we have Alberta. So this next docket is just about Alberta. And then we have a docket that's just about Ontario. And then we're talking about trans issues that is very heavily skewed towards Alberta because of what Alberta's been doing lately, but also covers things from the UK and even New Zealand. So this first story from Alberta is about education there. And this is my warning to Alberta. You see what's happening to education here in Ontario right now? It's going to be happening in Alberta soon. Like, that's the thing. Everything that happens in one conservative province will eventually trickle over to the other ones if they find that they can get away with it. And when we talk about Ontario, we'll be talking about what has just happened to our education system here. And if you guys in Alberta don't do something about it now, you're going to get the same thing. Like, I think their healthcare has become more privatized. Our education's becoming more privatized, although both provinces are working at making both very privatized. It's just a game of catch up for them. So this time is different. She spent, and she's referring to Danielle Smith. She spent 45 minutes dodging timelines, blaming immigrant kids. Yes, that's why the education there sucks. All the immigrants. Promising more data collection and inventing new committees to study old committees. Nothing she announced today changes a single classroom tomorrow or the next month. It's PR, not policy. So also recently, there was a teacher strike in Alberta. And so what did she do? She used the notwithstanding clause to force them back to work without a new deal. Using the notwithstanding clause to violate their rights, their protected rights to bargaining. Yeah. So that's what she thinks of teachers, going to force them back to work and not fix any of the issues as to why they were protesting in the first place. So here, Courtney is saying, Premier Smith, and Courtney is, yeah, he does his own show too on politics. Premier Smith explains why she believes the current effort to address classroom complexity will be different than previous attempts over the year in Alberta. You mean like before you used notwithstanding clause to force teachers back to work?
Situation compared to previous years. As we mentioned when we were at a previous press conference, I mean, there was a time not so long ago when the Calgary Board of Education was talking about reducing student spaces because we'd had stagnant growth for a long time, and post-COVID, we weren't sure what our population numbers would be. It's this last 3 years where we have had all of the restrictions taken off all of the immigration streams that has resulted in a massive surge of people coming here, including
Immigrants aren't the problem. The policy is the problem. Policies that have been implemented for a long time are the problem. Immigrants are not the problem.
Including a massive surge going into the schools. And so I don't know that we've ever had a circumstance where you can have a class of 30 kids and 27 of them are English language learners. I don't know that we've ever.
I don't know for sure, but I don't think the immigration in Canada is so severe that all but 3 kids in the class don't know how to speak English. You know, unless you're like in Quebec. I really don't think. I think it might be rude for me to say, I think she's lying. She's just lying. That's it. This is a falsity. She is just lying through her teeth. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Lying. That is not a truthful statement there. Nope.
Ever had a situation where you might have a new elementary school class and kids have to be taught how to respond to their own name, as a story I've heard. I don't know that you've ever had a case.
There are probably some special needs kids that this is an issue, but you notice how she didn't use numbers in that one?
Where kids are punching or biting teachers to the point where it causes so much damage they need surgery. I don't know.
So you know what you need? You need more assistants in classrooms that are trained to deal with special needs children. That's what you need. You know, you need to be putting more resources into schools so that they can have the education assistance needed to help teach these children in a safe environment, safe for everyone.
Well, we've had those situations before. These are the kind of stories that we're hearing, and so this is the reason why we have to take a very different approach. We have to.
Here's a novel idea. Fund the education system properly.
To figure out how we can deal with those who are have very severe needs in a way that maintains a safe classroom environment for the teacher and a safe classroom environment for the other kids. So we're keeping an open mind. That's why we're willing to look at everything, including the 2004 special needs guidelines, to see if we need to make some changes to that. We're looking at what is happening in other jurisdictions, like in Saskatchewan, which was very well received, as I understand it. They also had some tension with their negotiations, and they came up with their special classrooms with a teacher and 2 education assistants, and I've heard that it's going very well. So I think that there's no reason why we can't be acting quickly on this, and we've got a number of educators on our task force who are going to hold us to account for that. We just have to get the data first, identify the classrooms that have the most complexity, and start dealing with those one at a time.
She's been in power long enough. This is all just excuses. So I'll touch back on mentioning about education when I get to Ontario, because again, what's happening in Ontario, I guarantee you Danielle Smith is going to try to mimic. But let's moving on in Alberta around Bill 13. This is the Jordan Peterson bill. I kid you not. So this is in response to this here. So the Alberta Conservative parties should be ashamed of themselves invoking Peterson in support of Bill 13. See below the facts from the Ontario court. And so just talking about this, but you go back here. So Alberta will continue being a place where free speech is defendable. Cases across Canada, like high-profile disciplinary proceedings of Dr. Jordan Peterson, nurses and other professionals, demonstrate how regulatory bodies can extend their reach into personal expression rather than professional competence. She wants it so that professionals can lie, misrepresent their practice, put people's lives in danger, and then not be held accountable by the professional boards that these people are with. So today our government unveiled Bill 13, a regulated Professions Neutrality Act, which if passed would limit professional regulatory bodies from disciplining professionals for expressive off-duty conduct, except in specific circumstances such as threats of physical violence or criminal conviction. So you can go out and just represent yourself as a psychiatrist or a doctor and spread all the misinformation you want. Restrict mandatory training unrelated to competence or ethics, such as diversity, equity, and inclusion training. So yes, you shouldn't be learning about then DEI stuff. Create principles of neutrality that prohibit professional regulatory bodies from assigning value, blame, or different treatment to individuals based on personally held views or political beliefs. Yes, of course. if you are a right winger spreading misinformation, then you shouldn't be treated any differently in these regulatory boards. But let's go back to this. No, this. So Cassandra here pointing out this is what Danielle Smith built Bill 13 around. Jordan Peterson, a man who literally disciplined by a court for calling a trans counselor an appalling self-righteous moralizing thing, calling Elliot Page, surgeon, a criminal physician, mocking plus-size women, calling people pricks and telling them to kill themselves, spreading medical misinformation, and the courts found he was doing all of this as a clinical psychologist while claiming he was helping millions. And so basically Danielle Smith wants to make it so that he can't have his license revoked or be forced to do more training or anything for doing all of this sort of stuff. This is the expert Danielle Smith is modeling a children's policy after. Not doctors, not educators, not parents. Jordan Peterson, a man sanctioned for professional misconduct. Bill 13 was written to protect kids. It was written to protect ideology. And so Gil McGowan, who is president of the Alberta Federation of Labor, is just pushing back on this statement here. So we'll listen to this first. So Premier Smith asks if there will be changes to the Recall Act. So we're going from Bill 13 and the Jordan Peterson bill to the fact that there's now several politicians where their constituents are working to recall them. And this is primarily due to because of what they're doing to healthcare and the education, like using the notwithstanding clause to force teachers back to work. The constituents are so pissed off that there are some recalls being put into effect. And Danielle Smith is like, oh shit, when we made it so that people could recall, we didn't mean us. No, not for us, for like other politicians, not to recall us. So Premier Smith asks if there will be changes to the Recall Act, says thresholds won't change, but raises issues on how MLAs can defend themselves, fears that GoFundMe campaigns are being funded by foreign actors and that the AFL is bussing people into ridings to help campaigns. Again, she's just lying. Lying.
Around the recall legislation?
Well, we've been talking about it as a caucus and as a cabinet. We think that there are some procedural issues that are unfair, that, for instance, those who are the subject of recall often don't get told right away, so that prohibits them from being able to set up their candidate accounts. There's some complexities about why they can't use their existing candidate accounts that they've raised money for to start defending themselves. There are GoFundMes that are taking place, and we're worried about that, of course, since you can't very easily trace where the dollars are coming from. And we've had instances in Canada of foreign
There's no, this isn't happening. It's nothing.
Interference. So that's a concern for us. It's also supposed to be locally generated. And yet AFL keeps bragging about how they're bussing people in and helping out with those campaigns. So I would say that.
Okay, so let's get back to the statement here. So Gil McGowan, again, president of the AFL, which she is accusing of bussing in GoFundMes, is saying, to be clear, we are not bussing in people for any of the recall campaigns, and we are not hosting any GoFundMe campaigns either. The premier is straight up lying. Show your proof, Danielle. You're just trying to create a pretext for moving the goalposts to protect yourself. And again, Cassandra is pointing out, yes, I'm that nerd watching the legislator. It's honestly wild watching Danielle Smith claim the recall legislation is being misused and abused. So now, let's just say, yeah, it's their law. They wrote it. They celebrated it. They sold it as accountability. They insisted Albertans need it. And now that it's being used against Conservative Party members, suddenly, maybe we should relook at it. Now that Albertans are actually using it the way it was intended to hold elected officials accountable, suddenly it's a problem. This isn't misuse. This is democracy functioning exactly as the UCP designed it. They just never expected the public to turn their own accountability law back on them. And so some people who follow politics will just record the screen like this, like hold their phone up in front of it. I went to the source so that we don't have to watch it that way. So I'll just switch over There we go. So this is the clip that that person was tweeting out.
Mr. Speaker, 1/3 of the UCP government caucus is now under threat of citizen-led recall petitions, with more to come. The Premier has been a fan of recall her entire political and media career, enthusiastically cheerleading for the recall effort, for example, against Mayor Gondek. Suddenly, she doesn't love it so much anymore. Some might call it being hoisted on one's own petard, or in more modern terms, this is the find-out phase. Does this Premier still believe...
Oh, so this is the leader of the provincial NDP. I'm not entirely sure how to say his name, though.
Believe in recall, or does she only believe in recall for her enemies?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's an absolute mischaracterization of my relationship with the former mayor. We actually did a lot of great work together, and I wish her well in whatever her next steps are. As for recall, clearly there are some fences that we need to ensure are in place to make sure that it's not abused or misused in the way it is being abused and misused by the unions and others who are trying to take down this government. They're being very...
Yeah, people are trying to use it the way that it was designed to be used, but they're using it against us. Oh, so it's being used and abused right now.
Very open about the fact that it's a government overthrow, and so, Mr. Speaker, we're talking to caucus, we're talking to elections officials to see whether or not.
Yeah, the idea that this recall is being used to overthrow the government. Right, that's exactly why it was made.
There does need to be any modifications to make the rules fair.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
It's fascinating to hear the Premier use words like abuse and misuse and overthrow when people are simply using her legislation as written. Yes. This is contempt for citizens. The Premier characterized grandmas going door-to-door in Bowness with radical militants overthrowing her government. Yeah. And the member for Airdrie East recently doxed and insulted a citizen, suggesting that public servants should not be allowed to ever criticize the government. Does the Premier believe that public servants must swear an oath to her and her alone, or does she believe in their freedom of expression?
Hear, hear.
A point of order was noted at 1:52 p.m. The Premier.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would note that in other jurisdictions, one of the issues that they have is that citizens can seek the removal of elected officials for neglect of duty, misuse of office, or incompetence. And
yeah, that sounds like the Conservative parties across the board.
so those are the kinds of things that I believe that when the initial intention of this law was brought forward, that was the initial intention for how it was going to be used. It was not intended to have unions weaponize it to bust people in and put GoFundMes online.
Again, she's just flat out lying. You know, there's nobody being bussed in. These are grassroots movements within communities that are trying to recall their elected members, because their elected members have gone against everything, like forcing teachers back to work, you know, privatizing everything. It's actually holding them accountable for a change. But how dare you do that when it's a Conservative?
In order to be able to topple the sitting government. That's what elections are for, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, that's right. Here.
But that's the thing. There should be things put in place in between elections so that when politicians are grossly abusing their positions and grossly doing things that they claimed that they were never going to do and stuff, and do complete 180, there should be ways to recall them if they did a whole bunch of false advertising during the campaign.
The list of quotations of the Premier saying exactly the opposite, that recall is about keeping people honest between elections, is too long to get to in 35 seconds. And certainly she didn't make any of these arguments against Mayor Gondek or Mayor Gandam's petitions when she felt that it was convenient for her. Now listen, it is never acceptable to harass staff, politicians, and their families. Members on this side are no strangers to receiving that harassment. But how you respond matters. This government has no problem insulting opponents. Is this behaviour of the government members acceptable to the Premier, or will she be demanding apologies from her members?
The Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would invite the member opposite to look at my feed from time to time to see how people communicate with me. I always behave in a way that I expect others to treat me. I have always been respectful to.
She's just lying through her teeth. Anyway, let's get back to more stuff from Alberta as Abernathy jumped back up on my lap again. So now we're moving on to the healthcare crisis in Alberta. There's a lot of corruption going on. Not shocking. So the breakdown, if you're in Alberta and on the hostile fart sauna, recommend you follow them. Holy cow, the corrupt care scandal absolutely blew up in the legislature today. Peter Guthrie claims he saw proof that the same people named in the Judge White report also were behind the recovery centers with sole-sourced contracts. Not shocking. There's corruption going on in Alberta.
4. I was alerted to potential sole source contracts, and I asked my department to verify through corporate registries. And given we found the ownership behind the 3 recovery centers matched the group tied to the health scandal in the Wyatt report. And given infrastructure informed the Deputy Minister of Addictions and Mental Health, who advised the minister, and given the same minister told this chamber he found no connection to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, now would be a good time to correct the record.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately the member opposite is mistaken in his facts. I had done a review. As I heard concerns, I found nothing of the sort was the case. If there's any information to this, I would happily have provided it to everyone who asked. I saw nothing. I followed every procedure I could. I followed...
Nah, he's lying. He's lying. Yeah. At some point, I'm just like, do we really need to watch the full video? We kind of get the gist of it. So here, somebody's pointing out, this feels insane. Alberta, the Premier is personally calling all of the shots in the healthcare file in our province, and she honestly doesn't have a clue. She's just watch this video montage, watch her confidence. She's being advised by consultants who haven't stepped foot in a hospital. We don't need to watch the montage after more than 30 seconds.
The surgical backlog, 3,000 surgeries a month. By this time next year, we will have completely cleared the surgical backlog because we've invested in increasing the amount of operating room time. And we're reducing surgical wait times. We're going to be able to keep this going. And if we continue at this rate, we will have completely eliminated our surgical backlog by this time next year and be the first province in the country to do so.
Yeah, that's the entire montage that she's doing. And she did this. So big news for Albertans. Alberta's government is modernizing physician participation rules to give doctors flexibility to work in both public healthcare system and private settings. That is your two-tiered healthcare system right there. Public and private. This dual practice model will increase the number of surgeries being done in Alberta, decrease wait times, and ensure that Albertans get the care that they need in a timely manner. We stand by our public health care guarantee. No Albertan will need to pay out of pocket to see their family doctor or receive medically necessary treatment. Well, it depends if you want that timely or not. This is a two-tiered system that she's putting in place. No one in Alberta voted for a two-tier system. Everything she says here is a lie when it comes to, decreasing wait times and things of that sort. We're not going to watch her fucking video because it's 7 minutes long and it'll just be complete nonstop gaslighting lies. But, we have examples of the United States on how healthcare shouldn't work. And yet we have conservative premiers, both in Alberta and here in Ontario, that are thinking, you know what, that looks like a good idea. Why don't we do that? Why don't we follow suit? And so Cassandra is also just pointing out So let me get this straight. The UCP is stripping rights, overriding the charter on purpose, deleting their own health care guarantees, panicking over recall, and now leaked documents show they're quietly pushing Alberta towards a two-tier privatized system. This isn't a government. This is a hostile takeover of public health care by people who think they'll never have to use it themselves. Albertans are confused. We're not misinformed. We see exactly what the hell is happening, and we're done being polite about it. And she is quote tweeting this MLA here, who is pointing towards the leaked documents. And again, this is just, it's important to learn the names of politicians in your province. That says, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Sharif Haji. Leaked documents show the UPC pushing Alberta towards a two-tiered privatized system. I challenged the minister today and got denial instead of answers. With 1 million Albertans without a family doctor, we need a public health care strengthened now, not undermined. There's only about 5 million people in Alberta, so that's 1 in 5 people without a doctor, a family doctor in Alberta. 1 in 5. In Ontario, it's 3 million without a family doctor, and we have about 14 million people in this province. So it's about the same. But let's listen to what this MLA has to say.
Mr. Speaker, no one in Alberta wants the leaked plans from the UCB to make Albertans pay to see their family doctor. The Minister of Primary and Preventative Health Services told Albertans in Calgary Herald op-ed, and I quote, "We want to ensure you can access a family doctor without ever having to pay out of pocket." Why then the same minister is making plans to make Albertans pay to see their family doctor?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member opposite is misinformed. A person in Alberta, an Albertan, will never have to pay to see their family doctor. That is the guarantee that we have made.
We will be looking forward to that legislature, Mr. Speaker. Albertans are in affordability crisis. The last thing they have money for is to see a family doctor. Nearly 1 million Albertans cannot even find a family doctor right now. Albertans know that privatization will mean fewer doctors will be available for public health care services. Will the minister admit that they are forcing an American-style two-tiered health care system on Albertans today?
Nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. And I use that
That is
because
exactly
it
the
is actually
truth.
accurate, Mr. Speaker. We have more physicians practicing and registered to practice in Alberta than we have ever had in this province.
Mr. Speaker, the minister should know any healthcare workforce planning is not absolute numbers. It's the number of physicians per population. Yeah. Albertans have increased number of physicians per population every year from 2019 up to 2019, but they have decreased and dropped since the UCP came to power. So why is the minister planning to charge Albertans to see a doctor, violating the Canada Health Act and the principles of public health care?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite.
And this is why when I'm interviewing the candidates for the NDP, I'm saying, are you going to enforce the Canada Health Care Act? Because of provinces like Alberta and Ontario, stripping away our health care and privatizing it. So, yeah, you might not have to pay, but you might have to pay if you want to be seen in a timely manner. So, Court Ellingson, who is an MLA in Alberta, so again, a politician says, a 70-year-old constituent told me he has to wait over 18 months for an MRI. But if he pays $1,000, the same clinic said they can do it in a couple days. My constituent can't afford $1,000. This is the privatized U.S.-style healthcare system that Danielle Smith promotes. So, yeah, you have to pay because, you know, the thing about needing an MRI is it's usually something important, not something you wait over a year for. So it is, well, if you can pay, we can potentially catch this thing in you and save your life. If you don't, you'll have to wait over a year, and by the time you actually get the MRI, it might be too late. Won't be able to help you then. It'll be too late. So, you know, ante up, or else, you know, try your luck later on down the road. This is This isn't universal health care. This is prioritizing people who are already well off, who can afford it. It's, you know, if there was one thing my channel could do, and only one thing, it would make Canadians aware of what's happening to our healthcare. That has been like my biggest thing with this channel, because we can't have this. You know, we used to, we hold up our universal healthcare with pride. At least that was the idea. To see it go away in real time, and it's allowed to go away because so many people aren't paying fucking attention until it's too late, until they need an MRI and realize suddenly it's not there. So many people in this country have their head in the sand. As I always say, don't wait for it to be your problem, because it will be soon. So the breakdown is saying, wherein Danielle Smith appoints herself as the supreme arbiter of all laws in Alberta, accountable to none other than election every 4 to 5 years. And so, so she is claiming judges aren't elected, so they don't have legitimacy. Courts overstep when they disagree with her. The notwithstanding clause is her tool to override incorrect court decisions. So you get to decide what is correct, not constitutional law. Courts should know their place. Elected governments, aka hers, get the final say, and she hopes she won't have to override rights too often. And this is her using the notwithstanding clause. And so first she's telling people what kind of health care they can get. Now it's like the courts and everything is just completely authoritarian. And there really needs to be more pushback.
The notwithstanding clause. And sort of now of course you face a federal court challenge over that. Quebec also quite familiar with it. Ontario has also used it, but I think you've used it more than others. Just curious for your thoughts on why it makes sense, you know, whether it sort of puts us in an awkward position when the Constitution can be overruled, I guess is how, if I can put it in the most simple terms.
Well, I see it a little bit differently, and it has only been used twice. Once back in the Klein days, and then we used it just recently on.
And then we used it again.
On this labor action, but judges aren't elected. Judges don't have to face re-election.
You know what? That's a good thing. That is a good thing, because then that keeps the politics out of it. They're not trying to pander to a population. They get their jobs based on, you know, their history, their resume, merits, one might say, not because of a popularity contest. And the thing is that the province shouldn't have the say over courts or any government, because those are supposed to be two separate branches. They're supposed to be separate so that the courts can hold the government accountable for breaking the law and for overriding the charter rights. You know, they need to be separate for that reason. And Danielle Smith doesn't like it because the courts want to hold her accountable for all the bullshit she's doing.
Judges sit in a panel, sometimes of 1, sometimes of 3, sometimes of 5, making a decision that democratically elected governments have to live with. And I have to say,
yeah, because democratically elected governments are pushing their own partisan politics. And it's up to the courts to make sure that it's in line with our Constitution and our Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
I think that they have overstepped. I think that they don't know where that line is anymore. The conversation between the courts and the...
And keep in mind, this is, again, Doug Ford has done all of this too. He has made the same accusation against judges, accusing judges of being partisan because they're not, you know, ruling in ways that he favors type thing. And so this is Alberta just following suit to Ontario. Again, these two provinces are in a race to the bottom of the barrel.
Elected officials is supposed to be this balance. That's what the notwithstanding clause is that if unelected judges who have no accountability make a decision that is incorrect, then it's up to the democratically elected legislatures who do face democratic accountability.
Oh, and she gets to decide what is correct and what isn't then. You know, not the judges, Danielle Smith, gets to decide what she believes is correct and incorrect when it comes to these rulings. And that's why she gets to use the notwithstanding clause. Her. Based on what authority, really? Like, what knowledge does she have on all of these different subjects, you know? It's, you know, she rose to fame during COVID because of her anti-vaxxing stance. She shouldn't be in charge of shit.
To make a decision to bring it back to the center. And that's what we've done. I hope we don't have to do it on very many more issues. But as long as the courts are...
But as long as they rule against what I want to do, we'll keep on using it.
...are going to be irresponsible in writing in new laws and in misinterpreting, in my view, the legislation that we have passed.
It is literally the judge's jobs to interpret the Constitution, not hers.
I think you will find that more governments are going to have to do this. I mean, I was supportive of the federal government potentially using the notwithstanding clause on this recent child porn decision. I mean, you had two horrendous pedophiles who were challenging it on the basis that 1 year was cruel.
And I went over this in a previous live stream. The Supreme Court ruled that mandatory sentencing wasn't constitutional because it could apply against, you know, scenarios such as a 17-year-old shares pictures with their 18-year-old partner. The 18-year-old partner shares that image with his friend. And suddenly now his friend is going to go away for prison for CP. Even though the age of consent in Canada is 16. So somebody, as much as I'm against the idea of it, in a legal relationship, a 16-year-old in a legal relationship with their 40-year-old partner, again, I do not agree with that, legally would not be able to share images of themselves with their romantic partner. The age of consent really needs to be bumped up to like 20. So it would mean that, you know, like that 18-year-old kid who wasn't really sharing anything, was maybe his buddy's partner or something, would get a mandatory sentence and be labeled as a sex offender. Like it is the way it's applied. And the thing is that it just takes away the mandatory sentencing, but all the real vicious offenders out there of CP and stuff, they'd still get the max. It doesn't remove the maximum. It just means that judges have a little bit more leeway on how they choose to sentence basically people who aren't threats that would be swept up in all of this. Let's see. So a little bit more about the notwithstanding clause here. So this is a federal politician talking about Alberta's use of the notwithstanding clause. So Canada's Justice Minister was just asked today about Alberta's repeated use of the notwithstanding clause. He's not a fan, and we'll be getting more into this when I start talking about the trans issues.
I'm concerned about the frequency with which we're seeing the notwithstanding clause being reached to as a tool to deal with very complex social issues. One of the pieces that is lost in this conversation in public is the fact that the Constitution provides already for the ability to adopt policies that may run counter to our constitutionally guaranteed rights, so long as the policies being put in place can be justified, reasonably justified, in a free and democratic society. And that's in Section 1 of the document. And when you are reaching for the notwithstanding clause, what you're essentially doing is saying, we're going to adopt a law without regard as to whether that law is reasonable in a free and democratic society. I'm concerned about the
Mr. Speaker, Canada is one of the best nations in the world.
Damn it. You see, you gotta remind me to turn my mic back on when I'm done crunching a cookie. Yes, yes. And then you have to actually put my name in the SandBox, the @LeftoftheBox, so that it glows orange, so that I can see it out of the side of my eyeball. And yes, now I'm getting a whole bunch of people telling me, but there's the whole delay thing. So I get it now. I get it. Because I'm in real time. You're not. Because I was eating a cookie and I don't like crunching on the thing. So anyway, as I was saying, very eloquently, we have Danielle Smith using the notwithstanding clause to force teachers back to work, to strip trans children of their rights. This is the next thing. This is the next thing. They are totally going to start using it to take away a person's right to choose what happens to their body. This is going to be a huge, major, massive talking point in the near future in Alberta. Our rights to what happens to our body is under threat, especially in Alberta. So Casey here is saying, anyone saying Smith's UCP or other conservative governments using the notwithstanding clause to override trans charter rights aren't also planning to overturn abortion rights. Exhibit A, 3 days later. Don't tell me I'm alarmist when we say cons will trample more constitutional rights. And the more they get away with, the more they're going to do. So, this guy's, unease about the amount of time she's using the notwithstanding clause. They are coming for this next. They are absolutely coming for this next. So the breakdown says this is a UCP MLA calling for a referendum on abortion inside of the legislature. They're coming for it. So again, expect in the very near future for this to become a massive talking point. And I'm going crunch on their cookie. And I'm going mute my mic while I'm watching this video. So be sure to scream at me if you're not hearing me right after I eat the cookie.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is one of the best nations in the world for getting abortions. Yet Canada is founded on Judeo-Christian principles. Our Constitution...
All right, no the fuck we're not. I forgot this video made me really mad. Okay, so we kind of sort of were, but no, we're fucking not. Yes, this country was founded on white nationalism, the king and the church and stuff. But no, there's a separation of religion and state in this country. And you can't impose your religious values on people through legislation, through policy. The idea that we can't have access to abortion in this country because some religious fanatic think it goes against their God is complete and utter bullshit. It's not scientific. It is just bullshit.
Quote, Canada is founded upon principles that recognize the supremacy of God. Judeo-Christian principles...
No! Fuck no! I do not believe in your God. Okay? I do not want policies put in that will recognize the supremacy of your fucking God. Okay? This is not... No. Policies should be put in place to protect the people and run the country, not to impose your religious beliefs on us. You can go fuck all the way off with that one.
Recognize that men and women are children of God, each having a divine nature and destiny. They affirm the family as ordained of God and that children are a blessing.
I'm so glad I didn't have any kids.
This is the opposite of Canada's failure to do nothing about abortion, in particular late-term abortions. Many Albertans...
And they will be fear-mongering about the idea of late-term abortions, which is nothing to be fear-mongering about, because the only time late-term abortions happens is because the life of the parent is under threat, that the fetus is no longer viable, something tragic happened. It is a tragedy. This is a wanted child that for some reason would not survive, or the parent is under threat if they go through with the pregnancy. Nobody is doing a late-term abortion because they suddenly change their mind.
Do not want a society that is best at late-term abortions, and many of these Albertans feel that they are ignored on this matter sacred to them. But Alberta has a Citizen Initiative Act, and most Albertans, regardless of faith or background, agree that it is reasonable to have some limits on late-term abortions. That is the case in most democratic jurisdictions. The threshold to have a referendum about late-term abortion is about 178,000 Albertans. And what is the best antidote to abortion? More truth, Mr. Speaker. And referendums provide opportunities for more truth. To share facts in the public square, allowing Albertans
Fuck, I forgot to mute this. Hope you're not hearing my crunching.
to judge for themselves. Seeing things as they really are will result in less abortion, not by force of law, but by the exercise of moral agency informed by truth.
There's nothing, this moral agency, truth, this is all just a bunch of religious bullshit nonsense that he's putting out there. He wants to try to push for a referendum on this idea and make it into a culture war, right-wing talking point to distract from the fact that their health care and their education is just completely being underfunded, ripped apart, and privatized. That the quality of life in Alberta has plummeted down, that the fact that trans folks no longer feel safe in that province, can't access the health care that they need. They want to distract from all of that. They want to distract from the corruption that's happening by using this fear tactic of like, oh, late-term abortion is it's all over the place. Everyone does. No. It is a tragedy when a late-term abortion happens. And so what? Would you rather the parent die? Or would you rather they suffer through giving birth to a baby that will just be in immense pain and live for a few hours? This is so wrong. We shouldn't have to be fighting these battles again. You know, we should be moving forward, not trying to fight from moving backwards.
Mr. Speaker, it will be good for Albertans to have a referendum with honest conversations on late-term abortion, speaking the truth in
They're not honest about any of this.
love as each best understands this with respect to all. Thank you.
So Raghu here, who's an MD, says we shouldn't take for granted the 1988 Supreme Court ruling of Canada that abortion should be removed from the Criminal Code of Canada. It's not all that long ago that it was illegal to have abortions in Canada. With the wrong government in power, this can be lost. Look no further than the United States. Canada must be vigilant. Now, there was a ruling that put it into the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, that under a specific part of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, it included the right to reproductive care and abortion if you need it. So on paper, you can get an abortion for whatever reason in this country whenever you need it. In practice, that is not the case. In practice, clinics that can do it are underfunded. Not all of them are funded under the Canada Healthcare Act, so you have to pay out of pocket if you have to go to another province or out of country to get it, because they only do abortions up to a certain week or something, then you have to pay out of pocket for it. You have to travel long distances because there's only maybe a couple clinics in the entire province. And in case you haven't noticed, our provinces are pretty damn big, unless you were on PEI, and then you could just walk there from anywhere. But yeah, it's in practice, we have restrictions. On paper, we don't. And right now, they're trying to take it away from the paper as well, and be even more strict and more hardcore when it comes to taking away a person's right to choose. Because you also have American right-wing influence like this, the National Post. The Americans who own the National Post are trying to take away Canadian person's right to choose. This is the headline: the undiscussed truth about late-term abortions in Canada. There's no undiscussed truth. So the National Post is a right-wing rag that is, funded by Americans. Again, you can't really do this whole thing where it's like, ew, look at where they're from. Because that I there means that there's a VPN or something in use, so you can't reliably say that they're from the United States, but we know they're from the United States because of who funds them. Yeah, this is an American-funded magazine here in Canada, but they're planting the seeds of their fear-mongering, and soon they're going to be rage farming with this. I guarantee you, they're just planting the seeds right now. Like, this is Saturday, November 22nd. This is now. This is happening now. Close all those. Next up, Ontario. But before we do that, check in with the SandBox. You can't really see it on the camera here, but I just have like a layer of cat fur across my chest because of Abernathy jumping up on here. Okay. Think I saw that stuff. Yeah. Okay. We'll send people your way when Sandy ends, Sandy. Yep. Because I do believe Environmental Coffee House is going live now. I still have like in there 2 hours to go. You might see, she might need to raid me when she's done because I might still be going. Let's see. Sandman says, you don't call people a thing. Yeah, Peterson is just... His health is falling apart. Good. He's a horrible piece of trash that has done so much harm. I'm not so liberal-minded that I'm like, no, I don't want horrible people to suffer. I'm fine with him not being healthy. I'm fine with it. He's a horrible, horrible person. Salmon says, for real, Edmonton is the only city in Alberta I would live in. I've been there. It's a nice city. Hello, Looney Tunes 9000. Did I say hi to Soul Life yet? I feel like I have, but I have a hard time remembering who I said hi to. So hi to everyone in the SandBox I haven't yet said hi to. I appreciate you all. You all rock. Soul Life Alberta. Hell yeah, brother. Give us that 2-tier. And then people telling me, well, after the fact, that I'm on mute. The Wild West sees for cookie and communism. The Wild West. He can't even pronounce Judea. If I can pronounce it and he can't, then there's something. JK, all the NATO democracies have forgotten that the government and the judiciary are supposed to be separate entities. The judiciary should have the power to block government overreach. The notwithstanding clause flips this principle on the head. Yeah, I think the notwithstanding clause needs to be removed from the charter. Just absolutely needs to be removed. The only reason it's been used is to harm people. That's it. That's it. It needs to be removed. The Wild West, there's nothing against abortion in the Bible. Anyways, they made it all up because they want women enslaved in the kitchen. Yeah. And also, they say the book is 2,000 years old. It's been retranslated, retranscribed. It's... To think it's the original text it's putting, like, no. And not to mention, 2,000 years ago, they didn't see what was happening today. There's no way to apply it to what's happening today. They also believed in slavery and all these other things. Like, you can't actually follow the Bible because of how contradictory it is in certain points. And no. I just... there's reasons I'm not into religion. Rationality Rules I've been watching a lot of lately on YouTube. And he goes over a lot of debates on religion and stuff that are super interesting to watch. So if you're interested in watching those sorts of things, check out Rationality Rules. He's from the UK, and he breaks down debates using debate talk and stuff, and I find that very interesting. I'm not into board games, but he sells a board game I'm actually interested in because I think it would be a good learning tool. BCAT Canadians need to understand what's happening down here. People bleeding out and dying in parking lots because they can't get an abortion. 11-year-old victims being forced to carry and deliver babies. The Wild West. Why do anti-abortionists always sound like this guy? Like the voice in the nose. Yeah, it's funny how they also all seem to look very masculine. Like people who will never have to worry about it. The Wild West has said that there was no crunching detected. Good. The Wild West, this topic gets me triggered AF. Me too. And it's not even something I need to worry about. Because I got my tubes tied at 25. I can't get pregnant. But that was my choice. And should I, for some reason, those tubes become untied and I somehow magically get pregnant, fuck, if it's immaculate conception and I wake up one morning without even any interaction and I'm pregnant, I'm getting an abortion as fast as I possibly fucking can. Like, that's the thing. I do not want to have a child. Plain and simple. Never. Nope. I don't even want to date someone with young kids. Because I don't want to be a parental figure. No, I want children to have happy, healthy, loving families. Like, I want the best for children. I just don't want to be involved. You know, I do not want kids in my life at all. And so, yeah. And the thought that they would try to force this on me, should I become pregnant through any way, violent or accident or whatever, it just, no. And then tell me that it's good for me, that this is a blessing. Fuck off. So life, I think I only have 4 to 5 hours, maybe 6 left on my trip home, depending on traffic. Better speed this thing up. Ugh. So life, I should try Kristen singles. The Wild West, I'm starting my own cult. I get 3 husbands and they all do the chores. Maybe that's too much. 2 would be okay. 1 to shovel the snow and 1 to cook. I wouldn't mind being in a triad with 2 men. That'd be fun. That'd be fun. All 3 of us. So life, I've heard of people getting their tubes tied and getting pregnant anyway. I don't know if it was a fallopian one though. I think it's something like 1 in every 100,000. Like it's exceedingly rare that that sort of thing happens, and the same can happen with a vasectomy. That's some reason it didn't take and it heals. But it's exceedingly rare for that sort of thing to happen. But I would still, for quite some time afterwards, have nightmares of becoming pregnant, and in the dream I'm like, I'm going to find the doctor and sue the hell out of him, get this thing out of me, who am I going to give it to? Because plain and simply, I looked at all my options. I don't want to raise a kid, so you know. Also, I didn't want to put a child up for adoption. To go into foster care is not a great system here. Then for them to grow up wondering why I abandoned them and all this sort of stuff, when it would be quite simply, I didn't want you. Which no child would want to hear. And there's no way in hell I would give it to a family member to raise, because let's just say this family has issues. So there were no good options should I had become pregnant. So simple solution, don't get pregnant. But I was only able to get it that young because of eugenics. Not joking. I wish I was. The day I figured that out, oof, that was a kick in the teeth. Anyway, let's get on to Ontario. I might need more cookies. So, Ontario. Huh. The thing is some people will sometimes ask me, like, who's worse, Danielle Smith or Doug Ford? And I cannot give you an honest answer. First of all, I'm autistic and we hate questions like that to begin with. But also, it's like, they're both just trash, like absolute trash. The amount of social murder they're responsible for, it is just mind-boggling that they're allowed to get away with what they're doing, the corruption. Like, I think Doug Ford is more corrupt in that one category. But when it comes to what they're doing to our healthcare and education, I wouldn't be able to tell you who's worse, because they're both absolutely horrendous. Yeah, the Wild West, it was one rare win for eugenics. So let's start with education here in Ontario. New education protesters have rushed up to the front doors of Queen's Park to protest Bill 33. I've been talking about this. This is the one where the government will take away rights from boards, take away trustees, appoint people. Those appointants will get $100,000 salaries. Well, you know, people who are elected in a position only get like $25,000 a year type thing. It's complete utter grab from the government to control the school boards and eventually privatize them. And let's just say people are upset about this. So Colin DeMello says education protesters have rushed up to doors at Queen's Park to protest Bill 33. I don't know what they're saying other than this is our house and stuff like that. But yeah, the people are not happy with this. If you care about education at all, you should not be happy about this. So Tina is saying the Ford government's controversial education reform bill has passed. The education minister has given himself the power to override school boards, those elected officials. Bill 33 will allow him to establish policies and guidelines and remove trustees, because that's what you want. Individuals, members of government dictating what kind of education people should be getting. Like, just imagine this went through in Alberta when it comes to their Judeo-Christian beliefs and abortion and trans rights and all that sort of stuff. To allow a government official to dictate what schools teach?
The ayes are 74, the nays are 40.
The ayes being 74, the nays being 40, I declare the motion carried.
So again, I'm going to say a big fuck you to all the people who stayed home during the last election. I'm vote shaming. I am absolutely voter shaming in that one. This all could have been avoided had enough people actually just come out and voted. I don't care who else got in power as long as it wasn't the Conservatives. So fuck all the people who decided to stay home. And also fuck the other leaders for not giving people, somebody to excite them enough to get out to the polls. It is, I did a breakdown on it, everyone's responsibility. The media, the politicians, and the people who didn't vote. All of them are to blame for this complete and utter disaster we're in right now. So Diana Chan McNally says, of course, the comments are off. They wouldn't even let the public comment on Bill 33 in committee. And in fact, as evidence here, they refuse to hear from the public in any form, unless, of course, you buy their ear. So this was fast-tracked through. There was no committee, no consultation, people speaking up, nothing. It was just within hours pushed through. And so here's Paul Calandra, the Minister of Education here, says, a significant day at Queen's Park, Bill 33 has received royal assent. So not only has it passed, it's also now been made into law. That fast. Just snap. Done. Funny how they can't do this for things like, increasing rates of disability. They can't pass anything like that. Or if it's something about the environment or, things that would actually benefit people, it takes years. But this, they can get it through in like a day. We're moving forward with our work to support teachers and parents and put students first. Oh, really? That looks like you're putting students first for sure. Yep. So that is just, people are going to realize too late what has happened to education in this province. Only when it affects them. But things are getting so bad here. As Mike Schreiner, the leader of the Green Party here in Ontario, saying, people across Ontario are going to food banks to put food on the table tonight. At the same time, the most wealthy and well-connected in the province will be paying $1,500 a plate for Doug Ford fundraiser. For a lot of people, that is 1 month's worth of rent for a fucking fundraiser to help Doug Ford get money so that he can start appointing people to school boards. People who would be paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. You can guess who the government works for. Definitely not the people. I really wish that he picked up more steam. I don't know why he wasn't so popular. Like, I know his online social media game isn't that great, but I would love to see Mike Schreiner as the premier of this province. Out of all the possible candidates we have, absolutely he would have been the best.
It's outrageous that Doug Ford is holding a fundraiser tonight, $1,500 a plate just to go, at a time when millions of people are being forced to go to food banks to put food on the table. There is no place in Ontario where a full-time minimum wage worker can afford average monthly rent. We have over 81,000 people in this province experiencing homelessness. We have a scandal with the Slush Development Fund spending billions going to the wealthy and well-connected and Ford-connected lobbyists. And the Premier has the audacity to have a fundraiser that's going to raise millions of dollars for the Conservative Party with a pay-to-play $1,500 a plate access for the wealthy and well-connected to get what they want from this government, while so many people who can't even afford to put food on the table, let alone be able to go to some swanky, high-price fundraiser, are left out in the cold. This is exactly why I've spent my entire career fighting to get money out of politics, and it's exactly why the Ontario Greens are going to continue to fight to put people before profits, everyday people before the wealthy and well-connected.
Mm-hmm. And as her meteorologist says in the SandBox, that's a month's income for disabled. Yeah, and that's why we never get a say in anything. Why we never have any influence is we can't access the same areas. You know, we can't go to these fundraisers. We can't, get Doug Ford's ear and talk to him and have any influence because we aren't granted the same level of accessibility to these politicians as somebody with money. Plain and simple. They don't give a damn about us. So Catherine Fife, she is a NDP MPP. Ford just adjourned the House for the day. I had intended to raise the high cost of rent, which has increased food bank usage. 1 million Ontarians rely on food assistance. In a cost of living crisis, we should be working to help, not heading off to a PC fundraiser. So again, from Tina, Ontario food banks have penned a letter to Doug Ford calling for more relief for renters. The food banks are saying, the fuck, can you lower rent so people can afford to eat? Because food banks are being pulled thin. They are being strained. They can't keep up with the increasing demand needed for them. So they say the high cost of rent is the primary reason more than 1 million Ontarians rely on food bank, and they're terrified of Bill 60, which will make it easier to evict tenants. So this is something that I've been talking a lot about. We're going to go through a little bit more of that. But Bill 33 just got shoved right through, and that was about the education. This is next. It's absolutely next. And so it was supposed to be voted on last week. It's going to be voted on next week. And without any, since the Conservatives have a majority in Parliament, it's going to pass. Like, unless there's enough of a protest to shut down the city, it's going to pass.
68 food banks have penned a letter to Premier
68 food banks.
Doug Ford. They say they are terrified of the consequences Bill 60 will have on the communities they serve. More than 1 million Ontarians are currently using food banks. A third of them are children, and that is an all-time high. And we know that the primary reason people come through the doors of food banks is because of high cost of rent. So every year they have called on the Ford government to bring relief to renters in the form of stronger tenant protections and rent control. But they say those calls have gone unanswered, and Bill 60 is expected to make things worse. So they say that the bill will make it easier for landlords to evict tenants. Representatives from various food banks spoke at Queen's Park this morning. Here's what they had to say.
These are very dangerous changes to bring in when so many are hungry and barely hanging on to their homes. Weakening tenant rights will increase rents and undoubtedly drive more people to come to food banks. Food banks across Ontario have seen our numbers skyrocket to record-breaking levels over the last 5 years. Our programs are at their limit, teetering at the very edge of what we can manage. We simply cannot afford more legislation that makes life harder for the people and the communities we serve, because we cannot meet the need as it is.
In a statement, the Housing Minister's office last week said that Bill 60 protects responsible tenants while ensuring accountability for those who repeatedly abuse the system. By the way, the Ford government will be fast-tracking this bill, meaning it will skip public debates and hearings. Faiza.
Yep. All right, today is
no public debates, no hearings, just push it through as fast as they can. And so a little bit more on this. Critics are calling it an attack on renters, but the Ford government is moving to push through the contentious housing legislation today, which has actually been bumped to next week, with a limited 2-hour debate. That's it. Bill 60 will give the housing minister more power and allow landlords to speed up evictions and hearings.
Basically, what's happening here is the Ford government is trying to ram through all of these bills this week. Bill 33, the education reform bill, passed just yesterday, and a limited 2-hour debate has now started on Bill 60. Again, this bill is skipping committee hearings. It is being fast-tracked and pushed through. The debate that's currently underway has a lot of opposition members speaking out about Ontario.
Forward.
It is an omnibus bill, so it proposes changes to 16 different laws in the province. But advocates and opposition parties have expressed the most concern about the potential changes to residential tenancy rules. Specifically, the bill will give tenants less time to appeal decisions at the Landlord and Tenant Board. It will also speed up eviction hearings for landlords and make it more difficult for tenants to withhold rent if there's a maintenance issue in their unit. The housing minister maintains tenants' rights will remain strong. Critics say these factors will weaken, though, the rights and make it easier to evict them. The NDP today introducing an opposition day motion to withdraw the bill and proposing rent control. Take a listen.
So let's be clear about what Bill 60 actually does. Bill 60 is open season on renters. Corporate landlords can now raise your rent as high as they want. And when you can't afford that increase, they can evict you. No recourse, no protection, nothing.
And it is very clear that when this government announced Bill 60, they were not standing beside tenants. They were not standing beside workers. They were not standing beside the 1 million Ontarians who are going hungry because of the high cost of their rent in this province. No. They were standing beside the big corporate landlord lobby.
Do you know what I call Bill 60? I call it the Create Encampments Faster Act, because that is precisely what it is and what it will do. Force Ontarians out onto the street through no fault of their own.
So a lot of criticism there, but the housing minister has said that this will protect responsible.
No, it won't. No, it won't. A little bit more for. So that last speaker there was Diana Chan McNally. Here's a little bit more from her. Bill 60 will likely pass this week and go. It will grow homelessness across Ontario, something our food banks, shelters, and municipalities do not have the resources to address. When you wonder why encampments are growing in your community, remember Bill 60, my remarks. Over 80,000 people were in tent encampments last year. If counted as one population center in this province, it'd be the 17th largest.
The problem of homelessness is massive compared to the number of shelter beds across Ontario. In Sudbury, there are just 73 shelter beds for over 500 homeless residents. In Peel Region, shelters are at 270% capacity. This is not anomalous. This is what every community in Ontario is seeing. Far, far more need than any of us can even hope to address. Our services, they're already underwater. And it isn't neutral. People become disabled and they live short, brutal lives because of homelessness. In Toronto, the life expectancy of a homeless man, it's 54. Do you know what it is for a woman? 36 years old. 36. Let that sink in.
People who are unhoused do not die of old age. They die of disease, despair, or violence.
And for all of these people that Doug Ford is making homeless, there's one common factor that ties every single one of them together. And no, it is not mental health and it is not addiction. It is that they cannot afford the goddamn rent.
Yep. So this just happened earlier today. Thousands of tenants marched to Queen's Park to protest Bill 60 on National Housing Day. National Housing Day. So I think they were talking. I haven't had a chance to look over this article because I found it just before I went live.
Was ultimately looking at whether outside of rent eviction situations, a landlord taking reoccupying a dwelling, that there could be other ways that someone could be removed from a dwelling without this contravening a lease. That's no longer in play, but you're still saying that Bill 60 ultimately is eroding tenants' rights. What pieces of it are?
Yeah, the only part that they took out of this bill was the one where the month-to-month leases would still hold, because he was going to get rid of that security of tenure. so that anyone could have their rent raised regardless of the rental contracts that they have. So someone like me who's had a rental contract for years and years and years and years and is secure with that, it would go away. And then the landlord could charge whatever they want, regardless if I could pay for it or not.
It's faster evictions. We know that folks are struggling financially. Folks are working multiple jobs to make ends meet. We know that in Ontario, the price of rent is very high, especially in the GTHA. The rent prices are exuberant, and folks are not making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. They're just getting by paycheck to paycheck. So if someone were to have a hiccup and not be able to pay their rent on the first of the month as it's due, they're looking at having to pay that rent within 7 days instead of 14 days, as far as the landlord and tenant board and the landlord serving them with a notice to pay their arrears. And we're asking for them to stay the same, not to change what's already in place, because, as I said, we need more tenant protections. Without tenant protections, tenants have the chance of being unhoused. We already have an issue with unhoused folks all across Ontario, especially.
Okay, let's just glance over this. Like I said, I haven't had a chance to look at this article because it just came out. So thousands of tenants filled downtown streets Saturday, marching to Queen's Park to demand Ontario government withdraw Bill 60, a package of proposed housing changes they say will accelerate evictions across the province. The demonstration comes days after more than 100 organizations warned the Ford government that Bill 60 would worsen the homelessness by stripping away core tenant protections at a time of rising living costs and unstable work. That open letter, signed by 132 groups, including legal clinics, unions, food banks, shelters, and student unions, argued that the legislation would remove key discretion from landlord-tenant board adjudicators when ruling on eviction cases. Earlier this month, Toronto City Council voted to oppose the bill after Mayor Olivia Chow said it would make it easier for landlords to evict renters and cut renters' rights. The proposed bill, Fighting Delays, Building Faster Act, always with these freaking George Orwellian titles, commonly referred to as Bill 60, well, that's the name, includes a series of reforms affecting landlord-tenant disputes. Under the bill, tenants would be required to give advance notice. Okay, I've gone over all of this before. What is the message from demonstrators? At Saturday protests, Charlene Henry, co-chair of York Southwestern Tenant Union, told CP24 the legislation poses a direct threat to renters across the province. We need to stand up to the Ford government and ask them to kill Bill 60, she said. Bill 60 is erosion of tenant rights and all tenants in Ontario. With the introduction of Bill 60, we're looking at mass evictions. We're looking at a blacklist where folks like myself who went on a rent strike could be on that list as someone who's a bad tenant, even though I uphold my tenancy and my lease. When asked what she would say to the Premier if given the opportunity, she said, landlords are in your pocket, sir, and you need to take them out and listen to the tenants. We are about 50% of Ontario residents, and we deserve a seat at the table. Tenants began gathering at 11 a.m., and yeah. So the demonstration coincided with National Housing Day. Oh, the irony. So here's Mike Schreiner also talking about this. The Ford government is jacking... Oh, no, this is something different. The Ford government is jacking up electricity prices by 29%, forcing us to spend more on energy and losing Ontario jobs because the Ford government is ideological, opposed to the green energy revolution. Ontario should be leading the world in low-cost renewable energy, creating good-paying jobs along the way. Instead, Ford is keeping us hooked on U.S. oil and gas, paying sky-high prices for American SMRs. So keep in mind that people who are on fixed incomes like Disability, Ontario Work, CPP, our rates do not go up enough to cover things like this. Every year, we are forced to do more with less because of things like this that aren't accounted in inflation and whatnot.
For Waterloo.
Times are tough. Over 700,000 Ontarians unemployed, and now electricity prices up a whopping 29%. We can create good-paying jobs and reduce electricity prices in Ontario if this government would end its ideological opposition to the global green energy sector. I spent last week visiting companies that are creating good paying jobs right now in Ontario, unlocking prosperity in the $8 trillion clean economy. But to grow generational jobs, they need a government that has their back. So, Speaker, will the Premier say no to increasing electricity prices with U.S.-fueled dirty gas plants and American high-priced SMRs, and say yes to good-paying generational jobs with Made in Ontario?
Reminder that Doug Ford killed a whole bunch of renewable, like wind power and stuff projects as soon as he got into office, even having to pay millions of dollars in fees. One of the first things he did was get rid of a lot of these projects. So, shenanigans in Queen's Park. So, I think last week I covered Doug Ford called Marit Stiles a liar, and he was not actually scolded for that when he should have been, because it's very unparliamentary. Well, here, so you're not allowed to call someone a liar when they are. You're also not allowed to call them corrupt when they are absolutely 100% corrupt. So this is from the Ontario NDP. Breaking: Marit Stiles just got kicked out of the legislature for calling Doug Ford and his government corrupt, and she refused to take it back. Why would she take it back? The Greenbelt scandal, Ontario Place skills development, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's just get down to the video.
Speaker, first he's hiding behind unions, dragging their names through the mud. Now he's hiding behind workers in the civil service. The one thing this minister will not do is take responsibility for the mess that he has created. I have been asking these questions for 5 weeks now, and the Premier doesn't even do us one and get up and answer a question, Speaker. Bills are being rammed through this legislature. It is the donors and the lobbyists that are connected to this government. It is the strip clubs and the numbered companies. It is the endless grift of a anti-democratic and, yes, corrupt government.
How dare you?
The member to withdraw. I will ask the member to withdraw.
The theater involved with
Speaker,
this.
I will not.
I am warning the member. The member has been named. You will have to leave the chamber.
You have been named. You must leave now that you have been named. So, Ontario NDP leader, daring Premier Doug Ford to take her to court after calling the government corrupt.
Dramatic moments in the Ontario legislature as the Ford government continues to face opposition pressure over the Skills Development Fund.
Bills are being rammed through this legislature. It is
leading to NDP leader Marit Stiles' ejection from the Ontario legislature.
I will ask the member to withdraw. I will ask the member to withdraw.
Speaker, I will not.
The chamber.
Her frustration boiled over, but she says she has no regrets.
Yeah, I believe the government's corrupt. Doug Ford wants to sue me. Bring it on. I welcome the discovery process.
I really wish she wasn't leader of the NDP here in this province. Because even in the moment like this, I still feel nothing. No, I still feel nothing. She doesn't energize people. She doesn't get people, angry or wanting to fight back or not. She's so uninspiring. I feel nothing with her. Like, it's just, we need somebody that can really energize people, and she ain't it.
I'd love to learn more about what happened with the Skills Development Fund and the Greenbelt and all of it.
Meanwhile, Labor Minister David Piccini was under fire after he said non-partisan civil servants have the final say over how the government's $2.5 billion fund was being doled out.
And he tried to blame the deputy yesterday for the rot that is the Skills Development Fund. There's something called ministerial responsibility, Minister.
Through the Speaker.
Why aren't you taking that now?
Absolutely accept that.
And to some of the people in the SandBox wondering, strip clubs? I talked about it, I believe it was last live stream, news live stream. Some of the skill funding that they're talking about right now went towards a strip club. You know, millions, over $1 million went to a strip club because they were also buddies of Doug Ford. Shocking. Shocking.
Speaker, and I said being responsible for applicant approvals is something I am. But Speaker, also having stopgap procedures, robust procedures in place, working with ministry officials isn't contradiction. They work complementary, Speaker.
Critics say the events of this week are a sign that the strain is being felt. At Queen's Park, Colin DeMello, Global News.
So here's Corrupt Ontario saying the OPP is not investigating the Greenbelt. The OPP is not investigating Ontario Place. The OPP is certainly not investigating the Skill Development Fund. Get real. And they're responding to Marat, who's like, first it was the Greenbelt, then was Ontario Place. Now the OPP is investigating blah, blah, blah. The RCMP was investigating something. Doug Ford needs to be in front of a judge right now. Like, the amount of corruption, there needs to be proper investigations. But shockingly, the OPP, for those who don't know, stands for the Ontario Provincial Police, ain't doing their job when it comes to Doug Ford for reasons. The RCMP is barely doing their job for reasons. Doug Ford is getting away with all of this corruption because the people who are supposed to enforce it are not. The people who are supposed to investigate it are not. They're letting him get away with it. So the RCMP, that's the federal level police board, I guess you could say. OPP is obviously provincial, but they are letting him get away with it. He should be in so many court battles right now, personally, for the amount of corruption he is doing. It is absolutely disgusting and outrageous that he has been allowed to sell off this province the way he is, how he's been allowed to enrich his buddies, how he's making mint. He is making millions of dollars from taxpayers, from people in this province who are going fucking unhoused. The food bank is desperate for him to do something about the rent because they can't keep up with it. All of these people who are suffering the amount of social murder he's responsible for, and nobody is holding him accountable. I still can't get over how when COVID started, there were 26 people found in long-term care homes dead of dehydration when they sent in the military to get things under control. Those were private long-term care homes. No one has been found accountable, held accountable for that. No one. And in fact, Doug Ford gave millions to the shareholders of these homes. It is disgusting that he's been allowed to get away with this. And he's been allowed to get away with it because the police ain't doing shit about it when they should be. Oh, but if you go shoplifting, the police will be all over you for sure. But you underfund, you rip off, you steal from millions of people in this province. Crickets. Absolutely unforgivable that this has been allowed to happen. And of course now, because Doug Ford is very good at playing the political game, that, you know, I absolutely would give it to him. He's good at playing party politics. And so he's always good at finding the things that emotionally resonate with people. Like, my God, if the BC ostrich farm thing happened here, he'd be all over it in such a loud way. Just like when there was somebody arrested for assaulting somebody who broke into their home. And I went over it at the time. It's a hill that I will die on. You're not allowed to murder somebody just because they're in your home without permission. Just saying, you can't murder someone just because they're in your home. In self-defense, yes, it can be lethal self-defense if it is called for. I'm not saying you can't self-defend yourself. I'm just saying you can't outright murder and assault people because they happen to be on your property. Because, you know, it's the equal force type thing. It's, you know, maybe they're drunk and went into the wrong place. Maybe it's a child sneaking in late at night. Maybe it's a relative. Maybe it's somebody who's mentally unwell. Maybe it's somebody who's just in dire times and needs a little extra to get by. Who knows? But you can't rehabilitate the dead. Funny how that works. And Doug Ford was all about the rage farming on that one. Well, here's the next thing he is rage farming on to just score him political points, regardless of like the constitutionality or the practicality or where this might end up leading. So, Ford government wants impaired drivers to pay child support if they kill parents.
And Premier Ford is teasing more elements of his new crime bill, which is expected to be tabled later this month. Among provisions is making impaired drivers pay ongoing child support if they killed a child's parent or guardian. The government compares the measure to a 2023 Texas law that requires impaired drivers.
Yes, because we should be modeling all of our laws after American laws.
Drivers convicted of intoxication manslaughter to pay child support until the child turns 18 or graduates high school if their parent is killed. Now, according to the province, there were 182 deaths caused by impaired driving on Ontario roads in 2021, 96 involving alcohol and 86 due to drugs. Last year, the province introduced a lifetime license suspension for anyone convicted of impaired driving causing death under the criminal code.
So a little bit more from the article. The Ontario government is exploring the idea of making impaired drivers paying ongoing child support if they kill a child's parent or guardian. The move is being considered as part of a legislative package the government plans to introduce at Queen's Park in the coming weeks. So opposition parties say province could be doing more to prevent drunk driving, such as maybe not having alcohol available at every freaking store in this province. The way that he expanded alcohol, expanded accessibility to alcohol. He's taken away the speed cameras without putting up any other speed inhibitors around like school zones, like speed bumps or something of that sort. No. He's just getting people as drunk as possible, as desperate and despair as possible. And then if you go drunk driving and you kill a parent, then you're going to be on the hook for the rest of the child's, until the child is 18, regardless of how young that child was, which means you were tied to that person until then. And I get the emotion behind it. I really do. But that child should be looked after by the government. You shouldn't have to then have somebody, it's the whole, you do your time, like you go to jail, you serve your sentence. Because what this does is it opens up the door. Well, if you're going to make people pay for child support in this, then what about this? Or what about manslaughter? Or what about this accident? Or what about this? Or what if somebody does, property damage and they should now have to pay for that? Or where does this end as to what we now start forcing people to pay as compensation when people don't have money to do this sort of thing? It's not going to end here. That's the problem, but I get the emotion behind it. I do. Because you took away these children's parents or guardians. I get the emotion behind it. But where does it end? It won't end with this. So responding to the idea, Tuesday opposition party says the government could be doing more to prevent impaired driving from occurring in the first place. We want to do everything possible to discourage impaired driving. If this is one way to do it, it's great, Green Party leader Mike Schreiner said. It feels a bit rich coming from a government that's put alcohol in corner stores and on routes that have been removing all road safety measures. But hey, if this helps, fine. NDP leader Marit Stiles says the government has been in power for 8 years and hasn't done enough to curb impaired driving. Unfortunately, I don't think, for example, that deciding to put booze in gas stations is probably the right approach to curbing drinking and driving, Stiles said. She added that almost everybody knows someone who has been impacted by impaired driving, and the province needs to use as many tools as possible to combat it. Meanwhile, Liberal MPP John Fraser said the province still offers weak protections for some people, such as uninsured passengers from impaired driving. Fraser's called the announcement very vague and said the government is making it up as they go along because they want to distract from the ongoing scandals around the Skills Development Fund. They do this all the time. They're trying to distract from the thing that they've done wrong. They're probably still making it up. This is the truest of them all. The new law would apply to impaired drivers whether they were under the influence of drug or other substances. And yes, advocates applaud the move. Cutting back on drunk driving would be good, yes. But here's, again, where the imbalance comes in, where this will not be the end of it. It's going to be the people who live with poverty, who did this fuck up, who did this horrendous thing, that will be punished disproportionately. Why? Well, this happened. So Corruptario also said, you think he's going to make Muzo pay? So, yeah. So they're quote tweeting Doug Ford, who says, we're holding impaired drivers responsible for their dangerous and illegal behavior. That starts with making sure kids who've lost their parents because of drunk drivers get financial support they deserve from people responsible. And so this is being quote tweeted out. And one might think, what is this? This was a long time ago, no doubt, but it's still, for some people, very, very current. Family of Mark Muzo donates millions to New Vaughan Hospital. So that's the name on the side of the building here of the hospital. Muzo and Discrepsy, I don't know how to say that, families are donating $15 million to New Mackenzie Vaughan Hospital. Two prominent GTA families, including that of convicted drunk driver Mark Muzo, are donating $15 million to a New Vaughan Hospital. Mackenzie's Health announced Thursday, we are very grateful for this. Mark Muzo was sentenced to 10 years in prison for his role in a Vaughan crash that killed 4 members of the same family, including 3 young siblings. The September 27, 2015 collision killed 3 young Neville Lake children, Daniel 9, Harrison 5, and Millie 2. Their grandfather, Gary Neville, 65, also died in the crash. The children's grandmother and great-grandmother were injured. In February 2016, Muzo pleaded guilty to 4 counts of impaired driving causing death and 2 counts of impaired driving causing bodily harm. So this happened before Doug Ford was in power, granted. A little bit more on that. You can find out on Wikipedia. So it occurred September 27th in 2015. 3 young children, these here, were killed in this drunk driving incident. So on September 26th, Muzo attended a bachelor party in Miami, Florida. He came back on a jet. He drank more on the private jet. Then he continued to drink and is unsure how many drinks he consumed. Upon arriving at the Toronto Pearson International Airport, he decided to drive home as he felt he was not impaired. Muzo admitted he did not consider alternates such as taxi or asking someone to pick him up. He would later admit knowing he was not sober but decided to take a chance because he was confident he could drive. This next video is recent, from September 26. I'm here, mother whose 3 children were killed by drunk driver reflects 10 years later. This is a hard video to watch. But there's a point to this.
All of the social script that, we as Canadians seem to naturally do when we're in the checkout line or when we're at Tim Hortons and we say, hey, how's it going? Fine, thanks. How are you? I don't say that. I say, I'm here.
Jennifer Neville Lake is the only remaining member of her family. Her 3 children killed in a drunk driving crash. Her husband died by suicide.
I am mentally partially here, which is why I have assistance for many things. Emotionally, I'm all over the map. but I am physically here.
It was September 27, 2015, when the Neville Lakes minivan was T-boned by an SUV driven by Marco Muzzo. His blood alcohol content was nearly 3 times the legal limit. 9-year-old Daniel, his 5-year-old brother Harrison, their 2-year-old sister Millie, and the children's 65-year-old grandfather Gary Neville were killed in the collision.
No, I'm not okay. How can you be okay? I'm not okay. I'm coping. I'm holding it together. I'm carrying my loves as I cope with the world.
Her frustration, 10 years since losing her children in one fell swoop, as the judge in the case said upon Muzzo's sentencing, lies in the fact that his sentence is done while hers is lifelong.
And how warrant expiration occurred in July, which means he's done.
Muzzo was sentenced to 10 years behind bars after pleading guilty to 4 counts of impaired driving causing death and 2 of impaired driving causing bodily harm. He was granted full parole after just 5.5 years. Mad Canada had hoped the case would be a turning point.
So sadly, we haven't seen impaired driving stop, and that's it's unspeakable that people still make those choices.
Choices that can have deadly consequences for anyone.
They could be me. They could be living my life. They could be burying all of their kids in a few days before their 10th wedding anniversary.
A decade since the tragedy, Neville Lake now depends on what she calls a survival toolbox to help her get through the days.
I'm still coping with the world as I carry them with me. But I don't hesitate. I don't have those pauses where I'm lost in the memories.
But those memories of children frozen in time bring comfort during her darkest hours. Karen Lieberman, Global News.
So on Saturday, September 27th, 2025, it will be 10 years since Jennifer Neville Lake's 3 children and father were killed by a drunk driver. Her husband died by suicide 7 years after the crash. Then, last year, in June 2024, her Eastern Ontario home burned down with the urns holding her children's ashes inside. See, I'm pointing this story out in particular because the people who are rich and powerful will not face the same punishment. They will have the loopholes. They will be able to get out of it. If Doug Ford imposes it that you have to pay child support, do you think those rich fucks will? Or do you think they'll find a way out of it? They donate some money here or something. It disproportionately harms people who are already very vulnerable. And it's not to say that there shouldn't be punishments. There's lots of people who drunk drive, and occasionally it happens, and there should be deterrents in place to prevent people from drunk driving. And that's a societal issue. Again, people do this sort of bullshit because the way that our society supports that type of behavior through having alcohol every freaking where now, in any store available. The fact that there's so many people who have addictions that they're dealing with, that's a societal problem. They're self-medicating, which makes them a danger to themselves and others. This is a much bigger problem, and it doesn't get fixed by this one thing. And if it was just this one thing and it would completely solve drunk driving, then sure, I'd be in favor of it, actually. But it's just, where does this stop then? What's the next crime? What's the next thing that people might do by accident or out of a moment of impaired or despair or something, that they do something and then they'll be on the hook for decades for that? You know, where does this end? What kind of people will start getting charged for different types of things? Meanwhile, the rich people, the people that Doug Ford actually cares about, they're not. This is nothing to them. This means nothing to them. This won't stop them. It's just the fee that they pay for living their lives. That's it. It won't stop them. But yeah, like if it was just about drunk drivers and just about, like, if it worked, I could see it. But where does this end? And the province should be able to support the people around horrific things like this. And the drunk drivers absolutely need to be held accountable. Go to prison, go to rehab, all of that. They absolutely need to be held accountable. But it's not going to end there. And the rich will just get out of it anyway. Okay. One more tab to go through, or docket to go through, and it's a long one. It's about the trans issues. So, let's check the SandBox. People talking about the strip clubs. Yep. And got government money, taxpayer money. Let's see. JK, this is called corruption, but corruption has been integrated as an essential part of modern democracies. Hermatologists, yet they pay up to 10 times more to keep someone in prison. The Wild West, Ontario rent is so expensive, I had to move to Quebec. Something happens to my rental contract, I do not know what I will do. I don't know what this PQ is supposed to mean other than I'm kind of like with Le Wild West, Parti Québécois. Let's see. People, the audacity about the speaker. You have been named. Leave. The theatrics of Parliament. It doesn't do anything. Let's see. Got some aid cabs. The Wild West ostrich convoy. Oh, saying those ostrich people came here to protest today. God. It's just what we don't need is another convoy going to Ottawa because of ostriches. Dr. Mark Allen Derry and I talked about it briefly, well, a lot actually, in our discussion that I'll be posting tomorrow. At 6 p.m. Eastern, providing I'm not in a mess because of my cat. It was a really interesting conversation. Had a great time talking to him. The thing is I'm not an expert on the ostrich situation, and neither is he, so we were just kind of going on what we cursory knew. But I would be interested in seeing somebody do like a complete deep dive into the whole situation and have all the ins and outs of it. I'd be very interested in watching that video essay. Salmon saying paying reparations of all kinds is never ending and will never solve the injustice. Let's see. just saw Cheesecake Factory and then it jumped. Saw that. Let's see. I lost the Cheese Factory comment. Oh well. Always have to be careful with songs being played on these things. It's so annoying. Salmon saying the rich can afford the best lawyers. Yep. I do not want to know if there's a Charlie Kirk song. People should go check out my Charlie Kirk video, though. It's really good. Didn't even get 500 views. Kind of disappointed with that, but oh well. It is what it is. Now I kind of want cheesecake. Or a cinnamon bun. Cinnabon. I love cinnabuns. Get a little extra icing on it too. I have a sweet tooth. What can I say? Okay. Why don't we just get into the last docket? It is a bit long. I've already been at this for 4 hours. It's going to be over 5-hour long live stream. I get the feeling. But this is a very important topic. And it's also personally important to me, being non-binary and what's happening in this country, around the world. Salmon says, I will check the Charlie vid. Why, thank you. I have a playlist of interviews and essays. It's easy to find there, but I don't think I've posted much since. I posted it on what would have been his birthday, which was also the Charlie Kirk Day of Memorial in October. So, yeah, you can check that out. No food talk time, the Wild West. I still have like an hour to go. I don't know if I'm shadow banned. It's just, it's tough getting out there in the algorithms, especially since I'm not like a young female or conventionally attractive or a white male. It's hard to get noticed in the algorithms, especially talking about politics. But yeah, I'm working on it. It's the algorithm game. It's not balanced for lefty content creators to begin with. If I was doing right of the box, I'm sure I'd have 1 million subscribers by now, but I would also have no principles. No amount of subscribers is worth principles. Anyway, let's get into it. So, Danielle Smith recently passed Bill 9, and recently with that, used the notwithstanding clause to make sure it wasn't challenged in court, which indicates she knows that it was unconstitutional because she had to use the notwithstanding clause to make sure it wasn't challenged. So she says, in late 2024, Alberta's government passed legislation to preserve the choices of children and youth, improve access to health services, and protect children, families, and parental involvement in the education system. All of that is a lie. Since passing this legislation, 3 lawsuits have been filed by activist organizations with 1 injunction already in place. So the notwithstanding clause is to make sure that her unconstitutional laws can't be challenged in court. Alberta's government has been clear all along. We are prepared to use every legal constitution tool available to protect health and well-being of children. If passed, Bill 9, Protecting Alberta's Children as Statutes Amendment Act, will invoke the notwithstanding clause to preserve the future choices of children and youth. What she means is to ban all trans-affirming care for youth. Because she's like, well, you need to make that decision as an adult, only as an adult, because she's very concerned about teenagers and their ability to get pregnant. it's actually rather disgusting. Or the fact that she said that they should at least try sex first to see if they like it before they transition. That's a thing, as she said. Worried about whether or not they'll like sex. And the idea that they might want babies, and the misinformation that puberty blockers will sterilize people, which they don't. If they want babies, I can guarantee you their doctors will make sure that they either don't go through with the hormone therapy, or they freeze samples of sperm or eggs to make sure that they can get pregnant down the line. I guarantee you that is being accounted for. And it's not like it's a choice, because it's not. It's not like they're sitting there as a preteen looking at the chocolate ice cream and the vanilla ice cream and thinking to themselves, which one do I feel like having today? Is it that one or that one? It's not a choice to be trans. You simply are. You don't make a decision to be trans. You are born that way. And denying children access to trans-affirming care as teenagers to force them to go through the wrong puberty is traumatic. This will cause trans children to die. Plain and simple. And it's not like, again, the child is just sitting there, this is something I'm going to do, but I'm not going to talk to any parents or guardians first. I'm just going to walk into the doctor's clinic at 14-year-old and say, hey, I want all the hormones that you can get, that you can fit in this bag. That's not how it works. Parents and guardians are involved in these decisions. Professionals, psychiatrists, doctors are all involved with these decisions. They have to jump through so many hoops to get this done. There are far more children out there who are trans that never get the treatment because of all these loopholes than there are of the minuscule number of children who regret it later on down the line. And of those who regret it later on down the line, it's because, generally speaking, it's the lack of societal acceptance. Not because they no longer felt like they were trans, but because they were not being accepted by their family or communities. Strengthen the role of parents as children primary caregiver, ensure fairness and safety in amateur competitive sports. If the child is over 12 years old, only girls, not boys, only girls, need to have their parents and guardians sign off to say, yes, my child was born cis female at birth. I verify that she has a vagina. If they want to participate in sports, they need an authority to confirm they have a vagina. The boys don't need to prove they have a penis, but the girls need to have, some sort of authority saying that, yes, they have a vagina, therefore they can play on sports.
Today, our government is introducing Bill 9.
Okay, I'm already sick of that. There's a lot to go over, so. She also then says, laws protecting kids, families, and fair play will stand. This includes protecting young people from irreversible hormonal or surgical medical decisions they are not ready to make at a young age, strengthening roles of parents in education, and ensuring gender fairness in sports. Again, there are maybe a handful of cases of top surgery, but there's also cis children who will get top surgery. There's no bottom surgery being performed on children. None. Zero. It's not a thing. Not a thing. In very, very, very rare cases, you might see some top surgery, but also there are probably more cis children receiving top surgery than there are trans children receiving top surgery. Our government has acted decisively by introducing legislation to use the notwithstanding clause to ensure we stand up to continue to protect some of our most vulnerable Albertans, our children. So gender reassignment for minors, it's basically saying this is the law that, or is it the role of parents in education? This is the one where it's like, okay, so if a child is trans and they come out at school, but they don't feel safe coming out at home, the teacher is either forced to out them to their family or misgender them in class. And then this one is no trans care at all up to a certain age. I believe it's 15. And trans care for children, when you get down that young, it's really just dressing, name change, very superficial things, living in the gender, presenting as the gender that they feel. That's it. And then puberty blockers might be introduced when they're a little bit older. There's no side effects. All it does is delay puberty. That is it. That is it. So this is how sick and twisted these people are. Alberta MLA compares transgender surgery to livestock castration. They're so concerned with the body parts of children. So Shane Getson says, notwithstanding clause protects children from bad parents. Yes, the parents who are supportive of their trans children are the bad parents he's talking about. Also, there's no castration going on with children, none. But yeah, he wants to protect children from parents that would actually accept them as being trans. An Alberta legislative member was called on by opposition to apologize Thursday after saying the province has a duty to step in and deal with bad parents, while also comparing transgender surgery to the castration of livestock. Here's the video.
A UCP MLA apologized for comparing gender-affirming surgery to livestock castration.
And I grew up on the farm, Mr. Speaker. I know what castration is.
Funny, because he can't actually pronounce it.
There's a difference. You're not going to grow back those parts, Mr. Speaker, if you change your mind. If the steer changes his mind, too late, you're a steer.
Lac St. Anne Parkland MLA Shane Getson made those comments during the debate on the bill.
Yeah. If you are a cow and you make the choice to be castrated as a steer or a bull, I guess it's a bull. If you make the choice to get castrated, then you can't change your mind afterwards. But the thing is that even hormone therapy can be reversed. There will be some permanent changes when you go through puberty, but the thing is that puberty also causes permanent changes. And if the child is trans and they're not receiving any hormone therapy, then they're going to be forced to go through a puberty that will permanently change their body to a gender they do not identify with. Again, this isn't something a child is sitting around and choosing. They are trans. It's not a choice. That's just who they are. So speaking to reporters, opposition NDP leader Nahi Nenshi said United Conservative backbencher Shane should apologize for comparing human beings to cattle. Then she added, no parent in this province wants the premier or her 4 health ministers, and now Shane, sitting on the diagnostic room with them. Getson made the remark Wednesday in the chamber to debate over the bill that uses the Charter's notwithstanding clause to protect a trio of transgender laws from court challenge. Again, the child isn't choosing to be transgender, they just are. And the parents in health and psychiatry, all of them are involved. They don't just walk into something like a tattoo parlor, get a tattoo and walk out type thing. They can't just walk into a doctor's office, become the other gender and walk out. It's a process and it takes years. So one law bans transgender surgery for those under 18, prohibits drug therapies such as puberty blockers and hormone therapy for anyone under 16. So yeah, let's wait until they've already gone through a whole bunch of puberty before adding puberty blockers. But also, again, they want to ban surgery, bottom surgery for those under 18. They're banning something that doesn't happen. Currently, national policy restricts bottom surgery across Canada to those 18 and over, and such procedures don't take place in Alberta. Puberty blockers are considered reversible, and hormone therapy is considered partially reversible. LGBTQ plus advocates have said the Alberta law is intolerable infringement on the rights of patients, while doctors say it is a dangerous political intervention on what should be clinical decision making. You're not going to grow back those parts, says Shane. Let's cover that. In a statement Thursday, Gutson added that using the notwithstanding clause ensures that laws move forward without delay or uncertainty. We cannot allow this legislation to be paused throughout lengthy court proceedings, potentially putting children at risk for years. We will use every legal constitutional tool available to safeguard health and well-being of children and strengthen the role of parents as a child's primary caregiver. Let's just see. Smith in her remarks. Medical experiments. Smith in her remarks to the House Wednesday said the key issue is protecting children from having medical experiments performed on them. These aren't medical experiments. The fuck. The debate continued in the House. We'll get to Janice Irwin's statement, who is gay, accused Smith of government of stripping away human rights for LGBTQ plus Albertans. We'll listen to her speech. Yeah, just absolutely disgusting. So this is the speech. So the breakdown, unreal. Janice Irwin called out the absolute rank hypocrisy of the UCP claiming to be allies to the 2S LGBTQ plus community while simultaneously using the Notwithstanding Act to justifiably revoke charter rights. Unjustifiably revoke charter rights. Tina Fur wholeheartedly defended it.
I have a non-binary family member. I believe these decisions are very personal and should not be debated in public. We shouldn't be making any child feel like the issues they're struggling with are something that's a political football. That's a direct quote from the Premier, words she uttered just a few years ago. The same Premier who time and time again claimed to be a defender of human rights. Live and let live was her motto. So how can that same Premier now, in good conscience, attack the charter rights of Albertans? What's changed for this Premier? And I'm not the only one wondering. A whole lot of folks are watching.
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister for Multiculturalism.
I'm just going to go grab another drink while we're listening to this.
Mr. Speaker, our government is protecting children's rights to make adult decisions when they are adults. Making decisions that are often permanent and irreversible on one's biological sex should be a decision made as an adult. Our government will protect a child's right until they are mature adults and have a full understanding of what that means for the rest of their life, the consequences and the ramifications.
My apologies, I misnamed the minister, and we are at the stage where there's no preamble after on the supplementaries, Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
Given that it's clear the Premier won't do the right thing, let's try another MLA over there who said, and I quote, "There is zero intention to attack vulnerable Albertans and their access to health care." That was the minister now responsible for municipal affairs just a few years ago, claiming that he would not allow Albertans, particularly members of the queer and trans community, to lose any rights. So what's changed for that minister? Why is he now willing to betray his word? Why do human rights protected by the Canadian Charter no longer matter to that minister or apparently to anyone on that side of the House?
The Honourable Minister for Arts, Culture and the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said again, our government is making decisions about protecting children's rights to make adult decisions when they are adults. Mr. Speaker, many of these decisions are often permanent and irreversible. Any decisions that would affect an individual's biological, sex, and possible reproductive abilities in the future, that needs to be made when you're an adult and you understand the full consequences and ramifications of that. Our government will unequivocally stand by protecting children's right to make adult decisions when they're adults.
Honourable member.
Given that very minister, the one who claims Alberta's queer and trans community in her portfolio, today, in a statement about the Transgender Day of Remembrance, she said that she supports trans people in a province where everyone can live free from violence and prejudice. Unbelievable. The evidence is clear. Youth living in jurisdictions with anti-trans legislation are more likely to attempt suicide. given that Bill 9 is a full act of violence against the trans community. We need that minister to stand up today to denounce her government's harmful Bill 9 and say no to the use of the notwithstanding clause again.
The Honourable the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is no place for hate or intolerance in our province, and violence against the transgender community is unacceptable. On November 20th, we remember those who lost their lives to anti-trans violence and reflect on our shared responsibility to champion acceptance, respect, and understanding for all. Our government supports the 2S LGBTQI+ community and will continue partnering with individuals.
Order!
Sorry about that. Frodo was wandering around and indicated he wanted food. And if that cat wants food, I'm dropping everything I'm doing and giving him some food. But then I need to watch him as he's eating so that the other two don't try to get his food, because I'm giving him treats. That's the only thing that he kind of eats voluntarily right now. So I have to watch him to make sure that the other two don't try to take his food while he's eating. They're actually pretty good at, they'll sit near him, but they won't try to take his food. But yeah. Anyway. So just horrible pieces of shit in Alberta that are trying to harm children, trans children in particular. There's so few voices that are speaking out against this, it feels like, especially in the government. But just the way that they applaud using the notwithstanding clause to take away the rights of children, to force them into traumatic puberties, to, you know, put their lives in danger, and they sit there and pat themselves on the back while they're doing it. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. So this person was quote tweeting. So this, I think, goes back a couple. Yeah, so arguments happening, of course. So this thread goes back a bit, but yeah. So Dwayne here is saying, I knew this day was coming. The UCP had been warning for months that they were going to take away the rights of transgender people, not just children, but adults too. I thought I was prepared, but I'm still very angry that it has happened. And then some right-winger saying, that's correct, Dwayne. We don't believe that kids should be sterilizing themselves prior to becoming adults. They're not. We require folks to be adults in order to vote, consume alcohol or marijuana, and get married. Not so much. Seems to me that self-sterilization ought to fall off that list. 75% of your felons Albertans agree. I seriously doubt that number, if it's worded properly, that is. That's why I don't like polls, because the way the polls are worded tend to be very misleading. And you don't self-sterilize. That's not a thing that happens. But also, Danielle Smith thinks it's okay for 12-year-olds to use hunting rifles unsupervised. Hey, Frodo. So Chris was responding to that, saying, puberty blockers do not sterilize anyone. Trans kids and their parents can make informed decisions about their medical treatments. And that's the thing. It's trans kids and their parents making the best decisions. It's not just a child running off on their own and deciding anything. This is the parents working with the child You are infringing on the parents' rights that you're always so concerned about by denying them the ability to give their child the care that they feel their child wants. Smith and Anderson, the UCP, need to lie because they have nothing else. This will be overturned. The UCP will lose. Well, of course, now they're using the notwithstanding clause, so it won't be. So Rob is, so let me get this straight. Your position is that if a 12-year-old male goes on puberty blockers for, let's say, 3 years, and then stop taking those puberty blockers at 15, you are of the actual view their natural teenage puberty and growth, including their reproductive organs, would, check notes, not be affected? Yeah, some kids don't actually start puberty until later. That's a thing. You know, not all people start menstruating at before 10. Some are later, some are a lot later. Children start puberty at all sorts of different ages. It's weird how that works, but it does. You know, it's not like, oh, check calendar, this child is 12-year-old. Puberty is now commenced. So they say, is that some kind of newly discovered biology you've uncovered? Hint, you're not the one that's been lied to and ought to be figure out what's work pseudoscience you've been lied to about. And then Chris says, no, that's not my view. That's the scientific consensus, Rob. Here's a snippet from Mayo's Clinic article on puberty blockers and their effect on children who use them. I know this is difficult for UCP to understand, but facts matter. So are the changes permanent? GnRH analogs don't cause permanent physical changes. Instead, they pause puberty. That offers a chance to explore gender identity. It also gives youth and their family time to plan for psychological, medical, developmental, social, and legal issues that may lie ahead. When a person stops taking GnRH analogs, puberty starts again. And these are safe and have been given to children who start early puberty. So cis children have been on puberty blockers. Puberty blockers apparently have been around longer than like IVF. And there's never been an issue before until now. But let's get more to some facts. So Dr. Christopher Wells says, want to know what trans youth really want and need? Read our report, which is the most comprehensive research conducted in Alberta. Making legislative changes without actually consulting with young people most impacted is immoral and unethical. So yes, Danielle Smith decided on her own, you know, like they didn't consult with trans folks. They didn't consult with doctors that do these sorts of things. They just dictated what other people's health things should be. They're taking the choice away from people and telling people what is best for their children. So we're obviously not going to go over all of this report because it's 64 pages long, but I just wanted to read a couple things that I saw when I glanced over. And I just posted a link to this report in the SandBox. So homelessness and housing instability are reported at higher rates among so that's trans and non-binary youth. For youth in our society who experience houselessness, were kicked out or left home, they all specifically noted this was because of families that did not support their gender identity or expression. So here are some quotes from people who partook in this study. For the most part, I was just couch surfing, although there was this one friend whose parents were super supportive, in which I stayed there most of the time, but the days that I couldn't, I would just kind of couch surf whenever I could. Storm 19, transmasculine. Somebody else, I didn't really want to be religious anymore because of that transphobic, homophobic messaging, and I was struggling with like my sexual orientation or my like sexual identity. And all of that kind of resulted in my parents kicking me out of the house as a teenager. And I had a brief stint of houselessness. I was one of the very lucky ones that I didn't really ever have to sleep rough. Usually somebody I knew had a car, somebody I knew had a couch or a basement that I could stay anywhere for a few days. River 25, non-binary, gender fluid. So these people, these religious fanatics, again, those are the people that Danielle Smith would like trans children outed to. if there is somebody going to school who does not want to tell their family that they are trans, there's a reason. And it's because of families like this, because not all families are going to be loving and supportive. Some of them will just kick the child out like they were nothing. That because they don't conform to their ideology, to their religion, that they don't live up to the expectations they imposed on the child is disposable to these families. So here's a breakdown of gender identity. We asked our participants to best describe their gender identities as many terms as they feel relevant. The graph below represents the various identities of our participants hold. So most are non-binary at 44%. That is the category I am in. Here we go. Alberta. Given a lack of qualitative research exploring experiences of TMB youth in Alberta, participants were asked questions related to their experiences living in the province. All 100% of participants found that being TMB in Alberta is hard, scary, weird, or complicated, with 32% believing that the government does not take 2S LGBTQ+ issues seriously, nor value TMB Albertans. Participants discussed the provincial government as an active factor that impacted both how they are treated and their overall quality of life. There are many comments that Alberta is, or perceived to be, conservative, 40%, non-inclusive, unsafe, lacking services, lacking diversity, and that's 36 and 24%, compared to other places like British Columbia or Ontario. But it is better than some places, i.e. smaller, less prosperous, or places in the U.S. Example, the southern states, 12%. I've only ever lived in Alberta, and as a trans person only lived in Alberta, but in public spaces I notice looks. I notice I've been harassed a couple of times, and yeah, it's really scary, to be a trans person in public. Now on the level of like politics and kind of what I'm hearing from people, like I come from rural Alberta, that's where my family is, and that's really unsafe place for me to be. Like I can't exist in those communities at all, I feel. Chrissy, 23, trans girl woman. I'm very happy to live in Alberta as opposed to Texas. They laugh, or somewhere around there. I'm very, because generally Alberta is, of course, has its downside, but in my opinion and for law, it's generally safer than US. I'm happy to live in Canada instead of there. J14, female to male. So, yeah. So you can read over the rest of the report, go through it. It is posted in the SandBox. So here's more, the breakdown. It's worth remembering that UCP aren't just robbing Albertans of their charter rights. Amory openly conceded that these laws also violated Alberta human rights and the Alberta Bill of Rights. The UCP just rewrote. So it's not just about the federal charter, it's also the provincial charter they know that they're overruling. And the fact that this is happening, like this is November 18th and National Day of Remembrance for Trans people is November 20th. This is all happening at the same time is sick.
We introduced 3 pieces of legislation last fall to do just that. Protecting all children and youth, ensuring parents know that they are the primary caregivers in their children's lives, and ensuring fair play for women and girls in sport. We've said previously that we're prepared to use every single legal and constitutional tool available to protect the well-being of young people. And that's why we'll be invoking the notwithstanding clause in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
We're protecting people by taking away their rights.
The Alberta Bill of Rights and the Alberta Human Rights Act. To these 3 critical pieces of legislation, we introduced.
And again, just Defense Team 2S LGBTQIA+ champions honors Transgender Day of Remembrance. And this just goes over that. On Transgender Day of Remembrance, commemorated on November 20th, we come together to honor the memory of transgender, two-spirit, and non-binary individuals whose lives have been tragically lost to acts of anti-transgender violence. This day is not only a time of mourning, it's a call to reflect on the systemic discrimination that persists and to reaffirm our collective commitment to equality, dignity, and safety for all. Alberta, 2 days before Transgender Day of Remembrance, forcibly stripping away the rights of trans folks. This will cost lives. Trans children will die because of this. They don't care. They don't care. So Alberta invokes notwithstanding clause to stop court challenges of transgender laws.
The Alberta government is again using a controversial section of the charter, one day after advocates urged the province not to proceed.
Bill 9 will invoke the notwithstanding clause in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
This time, it will address laws that apply to gender-affirming healthcare, pronoun changes at schools, and women and girls sports. Premier Danielle Smith says it will end legal challenges.
We're keeping these decisions in the hands of those who are directly accountable to Albertans and ensuring these protections can move forward without further court delay.
The notwithstanding clause allows government to pass legislation that violates certain charter rights. Alberta also used it in late October, ordering teachers back to work and imposing a contract. The Justice Minister says the province takes the step seriously.
I would argue that it's not used frequently. In fact, we very, very much carefully assess each and every time that we need to use this.
We use it every time we don't agree with the court decisions at this point.
Haley Ray is worried.
And I was right. Welcome, Raiders from Environmental Coffee House. I suspected it might be the case that they would end up raiding me. Because I've been at this so long and we still got a ways to go.
For her transgender preteen, she believes the government is out of line.
It's abuse of what the notwithstanding clause was created for and absolute mismanagement.
The Premier argues if the courts behave irresponsibly, the province will step in. Smith believes laws, like one that blocks access to puberty blockers before age 16, protect kids from making life-altering decisions too soon.
We have all kinds of laws on those who are under the age of 15. We don't allow them to trip to the zoo.
Clause. Last year, the group called the legislation discriminatory and a political attack on gender-affirming care.
The courts are crucial to our democracy. They ensure legislation is well written, that it protects the rights of all. It protects the rights of minority groups so that governments and the majority can't run roughshod.
They don't care about the harm that they've created.
Morgan Black, Global News.
And Rachel Gilmore, a wonderful independent journalist here in Canada, has also broken this down, and she always does a great job. And here she talks to Faye Johnstone, who is an advocate for trans rights here in Canada. So Alberta's government is engaged in something I can only describe as psychopathic politics. What else do you call it when a government is so set on pushing ahead with policies that will cause more trans youth to leave us? When they'll trample on the charter to hurt these kids. It's disturbing, so Faye Johnstone helps me to break it down.
Alberta's government just did something that I can only describe as psychopathic politics. Because what else do you call it when a government is forcing through laws that will result in more trans kids leaving us? And what do you call it when you're so determined to enact these deadly laws that you invoke the notwithstanding clause, which lets you trample on other charter rights when implementing laws? This is, by the way, the second time the Alberta government has invoked the notwithstanding clause in less than a month. This is a clause that our initial drafters of the charter intended to be incredibly rarely used. Freedom Gang, where you at? Because she's using this clause to allow the government to interfere in doctor-patient relationships. There are 3 laws that the Alberta government is trying to protect from legal challenges. One will force teachers, if kids want to use a different name or pronoun at school, to out those kids to their parents, rather than letting those kids come out to their parents when they're ready. The second law compels schools, colleges, and other governing amateur sports bodies to ensure that only those born female play in female-only leagues and divisions. Thank God the government is intervening to ban that one trans kid from the grade 7 basketball team. Like, what are we doing here? Lastly, and this law is the one that a judge granted an injunction against over the summer as the constitutional challenge to the law continues, because the court found that this legislation would inflict irreparable harm on gender diverse young people, because it prohibits doctors from providing treatment like puberty blockers and hormone therapy to those under 16 for purposes of gender reassignment, because the same medications used to safely treat a number of other issues suddenly become unsafe when they're used for gender affirming care. And this is why I call these laws deadly. After similar laws were implemented in the United States, a study published in
I was muted. Just wanted to say again, I was restating earlier, just a few moments ago, that again, when it comes to the sports thing, they're not checking the boys to make sure the boys have penises. It only applies to girls. So that in itself is also wrong. This should not be a thing for the handful of trans children that are in the province to focus on them, to put a spotlight on them, to single them out in such a horrific way, to make it so that they can't play sports. It's disgusting.
Nature Human Behavior found an increase in attempts from trans and non-binary young people to leave us. And study after study after study shows gender-affirming care and support saves lives. Which is why you shouldn't believe Danielle for a second when she says this is about protecting kids. She's bullying them, as advocate Faye Johnstone told me.
Premier Danielle Smith is a coward, a hypocrite, and a bully. She's punching down on trans kids. She's interfering in their health care, restricting their freedom. This is a dangerous ploy for power, and it should concern every freedom-loving Albertan and any Canadian who believes in human rights and checks and balances on government power. Simple as that, folks.
That's why Faye started a petition to stand up to Smith. Because what are you protecting these kids from, Danielle? Air that saves their lives? Instead, you're forcing them to go through the permanent changes of puberty, which only makes sense if you don't believe that trans people exist, which would make you emphatically wrong. Are you protecting them from surgeries they already can't get until they're 16 to 18? When a 15-year-old in your province can get a nose job, which by the way have a way higher regret rate than gender-affirming surgeries. No, this isn't about protecting kids. It's about putting their lives at risk for political points. That is why I call this some of the most psychopathic politics I've ever seen. And to those kids in Alberta, please know this. I see you. You are not alone. You are supported. And there are so many of us who will never give up fighting for you, for your safety and for your happiness. We've got your back. So please, hang in there.
Let's see. So here's the petition. Toss this into the SandBox. I imagine you have to be Canadian. I will fill this out when I'm not putting my personal information on the screen for you guys.
Alberta's government just did something.
So go follow Rachel Gilmore on whatever platforms you go to. She is wonderful and informative. And so Cassandra here says, I'm done being polite about this. My kid is transgender, my child, a real human being with a heart, a future, and a right to exist safely in this province. And Alberta just invoked the notwithstanding clause again, this time to force through laws that directly harm kids like mine. They have to override the charter because they know this legislation violates basic rights. They did it anyway. Do you know what it feels like to watch your government deliberately target your child, to tell them they don't deserve equality or safety or the same opportunities as other kids, to literally legislate against their existence? I'm angry, I'm terrified, and I'm not staying silent. If you think this doesn't affect you, it will. When a government learns it can override rights without consequence, it never stops at one group. This is cruelty. It's discrimination. This is my child's life. So Dr. Christopher Wells also said, pointed this out because there are some groups, of course, supporting trans youth. So he says, thank you to the Assembly of First Nations for standing up for the human and charter rights of 2S LGBTQIA+ Albertans. The UCP government must immediately withdraw Bill 9 and uphold the inherent rights of teachings and responsibilities of all First Peoples. So dear Premier Smith, my name is Dwayne I do not know how to say that, and serve as Chair Assembly of First Nations, 2S LGBTQIA+ Council. Our council was established by the Chiefs in Assembly to ensure the voices, experience, and rights of two-spirits and gender-diverse peoples are represented and protect within all levels decision-making as referenced in AFN Resolution 15, 2021. So I'm not going to read all of this. You can freeze the screen here to read the entire thing. So accordingly, the notwithstanding clause cannot be used to strip Indigenous, 2S, and trans youth of their rights, as these rights are constitutionally protected and rooted in our laws, identities, and sacred responsibility as Indigenous peoples. Guess I should probably read the paragraph before that. So these actions directly threaten safety, dignity, and inherent rights of Indigenous youth. The rights of 2S and trans Indigenous peoples are not derived from the Canadian Charter. They are inherent religious rights, Indigenous rights existing long before Confederation amid Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution, which states the existing Aboriginal treaty rights of the Aboriginal peoples of Canada are hereby recognized and affirmed. So we call on you to withdraw the legislation, or at the very least exempt Indigenous, 2S, and trans youth from its application. Our council would welcome an opportunity to meet with you. And then here the breakdown is tweeting this out. So the decision to override charter rights fails this test. The Anglican, Lutheran, and United Churches in Alberta have written Danielle Smith condemning her use of the notwithstanding clause to punch down on the vulnerable Albertans. So some religious institutions are like, no, just protect children. We write to you today as the bishops of these different churches. We are spiritual leaders entrusted with the care of congregations, communities, and most importantly, people. Many of in our care are transgender Albertans, their family, and those who love and support them. We write this letter on Trans Day of Remembrance, a day when we remember the lives of transgender people who have been lost to violence, hatred, and neglect. In this day, it is a day when communities recommit to sacred work of protecting those most vulnerable among us. We are compelled by faith, conscience, and pastoral responsibility to speak against your government's decision to invoke the notwithstanding clause to restrict rights and freedoms of transgender people in Alberta. Again, you can freeze the screen here to read the rest of it. So on this day of Trans Day of Remembrance, as we grieve lives lost to the forces of marginalization that such policies can intensify, we urge you and your government to reconsider the course of action. We ask you to engage in meaningful dialogue with transgender Albertans, their families, and the organizations who support them. We ask you to lead in a way that reflects best our provincial values: respect for humanity, dignity, commitment to justice, and conviction that every person deserves to live in safety and hope. We remain committed to walking alongside transgender people and advocating for policies that protect their rights, affirm their dignity, and support their flourishing. We pray that your government will choose a path that upholds these same principles. So not all churches are bad. I'm still against religious institutions, but some are good and supportive. So, of course, Duncan saying these fucking people, man, 2 days after using the notwithstanding clause to strip away rights from trans people, they put out this shit. Because, of course, politicians like to put out statements on significant days, including Transgender Day of Remembrance. And, of course, the Albertan government did such a thing. So here's the UCP statement on Transgender Day of Remembrance from Minister of Arts, Culture, and Status woman Tanya Furr, who we saw earlier defending the use of the notwithstanding clause to strip trans children of their rights. On Transgender Day of Remembrance, we honor the memory of all transgender people lost to acts of violence. As we mourn these losses, we are reminded of our shared responsibility to continue championing acceptance, respect, and understanding for all. But we're going to strip you of your rights and make sure that you can't get the care you need. Today, we also reflect on the importance of building a safe society where everyone can live free from violence and prejudice. then the entire provincial government needs to quit. All the Conservatives need to quit, if that's what you really believe. As Minister of Arts, Culture, and Status of Women, I am committed to supporting Alberta's 2S LGBTQIA+ community and providing supports for individuals and the organizations that serve them. There is no place for hate or intolerance in Alberta, and our government remains dedicated partner of transgender Albertans. What an absolute sink cunt. I don't know what that is. A sink and a cunt. With a garbage disposal. I don't fucking know. I don't know the horrendous name. Like, I can't think of the horrendous name she deserves. To do this right after using a notwithstanding clause to strip away their rights is just mortifyingly grotesque. All of them need to quit. So, of course, other politicians also put out their statements. Here's Wab Canoe, who says, support trans folks. I may not know everything about the trans experience, but I know trans folks deserve respect, just like everyone else in Manitoba. And he's the premier of Manitoba. I'm not so much focusing on Wab because, to be honest, ever since his statement on Charlie Kirk, I can't take it to heart anything he says anymore. After that statement he made about Charlie Kirk, everything he says is fake. It's all performative. I don't believe a single fucking thing he says when it comes to things like this. However, the MLA he's talking to should be noted.
The first trans MLA, Logan Oxenham, my friend.
So the first trans MLA in Manitoba.
We had the Trans Day of Remembrance this week.
That's right, Premier. Trans Day of Remembrance is an important time for community to get together and to reflect on the lives lost due to transphobia and violence.
Now, I may not know everything about the trans community.
So don't you think men like him should be forced to use women's spaces? That's what a lot of these transphobes want. You know, use the spaces that was assigned to you at birth type thing. You think he would fit in a woman's locker room, in a woman's washroom?
Now, I may not know everything about the trans community, but I know this. As a parent, if my kids end up with as much integrity as you, I'll be a very happy man. The first trans MLA, Logan Oxenham.
And here is Christy Wong Tam. They are non-binary, and they are MPP here in Ontario, in Toronto. And so I also care about what they have to say because they are non-binary. Today we recognize Trans Day of Remembrance as we honor the countless lives lost due to transphobia, as well as celebrate the strength and resilience of our trans, two-spirit, and non-binary communities. Our joy in existence are our resistance. Thank you to Friends of Ruby for joining us on hosting the Trans Day of Remembrance flag raising ceremony. Organizations like yours are essential to ensuring support and services for our trans communities, not just to survive, but to thrive. Here at Queen's Park, I will continue to advocate for trans rights, especially for public and accessible gender-affirming health care. There is no debate that gender-affirming health care is life-saving health care. With the rise of transphobia and anti-trans violence, we hold a mutual responsibility to stand with our communities, defend trans rights year-round, and protect one another from violence, hate, and bigotry. I have a Blue Sky post. So, let me close some of these down so that I can have more room up here. There we go. So, Aaron Reed. So, we're moving on from I just want to go through the last few tabs here so that I can finally take a breath and chill out in the sandbox with everyone. Just a little bit more to go, but we're moving away from Canada now. So, Aaron Reed, it is being reported that New Zealand has banned puberty blockers for transgender youth. I removed New Zealand from my recommendations of families fleeing a while back after the far right saw a surge in power in the country. Sad day for New Zealand trans youth. The fact that there even has to be a list of safe places to flee is such a condemnation on where this world has been. Because those little islands that trans folks can go to feel safe are shrinking. There's fewer of them. They're getting smaller. Because one would say Canada used to be one of those safe places, but now you have Alberta. So as long as you don't go to Alberta, maybe. Oh, right. Then there's Saskatchewan, who also put through some of those, used the notwithstanding clause as well in Saskatchewan to out trans children to their families. So maybe not there. New Brunswick is better now that they have the Liberal premier, because when they had the Conservative premier, same thing, same problem, same issue. So that's an improvement. So it still kind of depends on where you are in Canada as to how safe and accepted you might be. A little bit more on New Zealand's thing. So New Zealand halts new puberty blockers for young transgender people. Wellington, New Zealand said on Wednesday it was banning new prescriptions of puberty-blocking drugs for young transgender people in a move that critics warn could worsen the mental health of those affected. The step, again, after all this time, the studies are in. It's shown. We know it works. We know it helps improve the lives of transgender children. We know it helps to save lives. We know. And then you look down in the States at how many queer and trans youth are unaliving themselves because of what's happening. These people are heartless. They are absolutely heartless. So the step comes amid growing global debate about the number of adolescents seeking to change gender, dividing those concerns about hastiness in prescribing such medications and those worried about access to remedies they deem life-saving. Health Minister Simone Brown said doctors would no longer be able to prescribe a certain releasing hormone, analogs for gender dysphoria or incongruence to those seeking treatment for conditions and not already on the drugs. The decision resulted from Health Ministry finding of lack of high quality evidence that demonstrates the benefits or risks, Brown added in a statement. Actually, those studies are out there. They just don't like them. That's all. Well, we want a different study, one that, validates our preconceived notions. But if all the studies say that this is the best thing for trans children, we don't want to listen to those ones. The ban takes effect from December 19th. Some countries, such as Britain, have placed temporary ban on the sale or supply of these drugs to those under 18 who are not already taking them. So yeah, let's wait until after puberty, after their body has changed, so before they're allowed to do any sort of care. At that time, it's harder for them to fit in. Like, that's the thing. They want trans people to stick out in a crowd. They want to be able to tell, because if a child is able to go through the puberty of their choice, you don't clock them. Like, you don't. There's the only thing that's really different is the sex organs. That's it. Because their bone structure, their muscle structure, their voice, everything changes properly so that when they're adults, you cannot tell that they're trans. But they would much rather that you wait till after puberty, where it's much harder then for them to blend in. They might have to do more expensive facial reconstructive surgeries. They will never have the body that they feel like they should have. They'll be denied the opportunity to live in a body that they feel is theirs. So the health ministry said that 113 people were using puberty blockers in 2023, down from 140 in 2021. Oh, a whole 113 people were using these. Better make a law to ban them. The ban will have devastating impact on the lives and well-being of transgender and gender-diverse young people in New Zealand, says Elizabeth McIrla. Irla? I don't know how to say that. An official with a transgender health body. The ban will lead to worsening mental health, increased suicidality, and dysphoria of gender-diverse children and young people. The vice president of the Professional Association of Transgender Health, Aurora, said it would bring a higher risk of experiencing marginalization and discrimination for them, she added. Treatment decisions should be made by doctors, young people, and their parents, said Shanna Halbert, a spokesperson for opposition party Labour on rainbow issues. He also called for the government to provide adequate support for those hit by the ban. Oh. Okay. Now, from New Zealand to the UK. So, exclusive, and this is from Jerry Scott. Exclusive. Trans people can now be questioned over their biological sex and ultimately banned from single-sex spaces based on how they look, statutory guidance submitted to ministers say. So, this won't just be affecting trans folks, because there's a lot of cisgendered people who don't exactly conform to, the small, narrow ideals of what a gender should look like. And the idea that people can just come up to you and start questioning you about your genitals? Like, who in your business do you get to do that? Who becomes the official genital inquisitor when it comes to somebody wanting to use the washroom? Who would want to do that? It's sick. The Times have been leaked the final EHRC guidance submitted to the government almost 3 months ago. It says that questions can be raised over a person's biological sex based on how the physical appearance, their behavior, or concerns from others. Questions must be handled sensitively. Okay, so we're going to sensitively ask you, do you have an innie or an outie genital? We're just going to be sensitive about it, but can you prove that you have the anatomy I feel you should have in order to use that washroom? Because you don't look the gender I think you should look. We're going to be sensitive about it, but you, cis woman, I don't think you look like a cis woman. Sorry, you look like a man, so I need to ask, do you have a penis? So sensitive. If there are still doubts over whether someone is telling the truth, those running services must take into account relevant factors and can still choose to exclude them if they believe it is necessary. Well, since you're not going to drop your pants for us so that we can actually confirm for sure which gender you are, we're not going to offer you the services of this establishment. The guidance also drops a suggestion from the draft document that people could be asked to produce documents to prove their sex. I'll just carry around my birth certificate with the X gender marker. That will totally clear things up. Like, what kind of documents are we talking about here to prove their sex? My birth certificate has an X gender marker. Lots of trans folks have been able to actually change their gender markers on birth certificates, at least here in Canada. So what? Do I have to have a certifiable vagina in order to go into certain washrooms? Do I have to have the stamp of approval of a doctor going around with a certificate of my vagina? Is that what I need to do? Do you have certifiable genitals? Like, seriously, what document? What document? It says there is no type of official record or document in the UK which provides reliable evidence of sex because people can change their sex on passports and driver's license without need for gender recognition certificate. Just like I was saying, like, stamp of approval vagina. Like, it is just really. So Zach Polanski is saying this is awful and beyond realms of what anyone could see as basic decency for human beings. We want to be sensitive about it, but unless you're carrying some sort of certificate that certifies your genitals, we're not allowing you in this establishment. It's awful, not just for trans people, but for anyone who doesn't present with the narrow stereotypes of femininity and doesn't want the state policing women's appearance. Because yes, there are very few people who would be in a men's washroom and questioned over their masculinity. This is all about women, protecting women's spaces from those nasty predators. Because again, as I guess it has been proven at this point, there's a magical barrier on the doors that goes into women's locker rooms and washrooms that prevent predators from passing through, unless they're dressed as the gender of that washroom. A predator cannot get into a woman's washroom unless they're dressed as a woman. That's the only way. Only way. Nothing's stopping them. Otherwise, it's just, yep, no. They have to, if they can, if they look like a woman and they're a predator, they can just walk right in. That's the only way. Only way. Because, yeah. And also the vast majority of those types of assaults happen by people you know in the home. So who's protecting you there? But no, it's just, you don't look feminine enough for me. And there's lots, like, we've already went through, like, several people where I would feel you wouldn't necessarily know. They could dress a certain way and you wouldn't necessarily know which gender they are. All sorts of people that we've already come across. Like, quite seriously, if Danielle Smith cut her hair and wore a masculine suit, she'd look male. That's a lot of women, though. A lot of women are like that. Like, even men, like Ben Shapiro, you cut his hair differently and put makeup on him, he would look like a woman. And you want to know how I know? Is because he has that doppelganger that used to work at the Daily Wire with him, which was the female version of Ben Shapiro, where you could put a picture of the two of them together and they're identical with different haircuts. So even Ben Shapiro could probably pass as a woman if he just changes a little bit of his appearance. A lot of people can do that. So we're just going to target people who aren't conforming to societal, I don't want to even say societal norms, but societal stereotypes, societal boxes, societal things that are put on you. Fuck, what's the word? Not societal norms, but there's a word where they impose it on you. Societal imposition of appearance. Fuck, what's the word? I don't know. You know what I mean? It's really late. I've been at this for a while. Owen Jones also talking about this. So this is dystopian nightmare. Britain is being turned into the most hostile environment for trans people in any European country other than Hungary and Russia. Policing spaces based on looks. This will hurt all gender nonconforming women such as butch lesbians. This anti-trans statutory guidance champions proposals that a few years ago would have been considered the perverse of the most extreme, unhinged anti-trans ideologues. As over immigration and asylum, the Overton window has been driven to the extremes at lightning speed. Other European countries have implemented trans right legislation, often years ago, without national hysteria. On trans rights, the UK is in the same bracket as Putin and Orban, rather than Germany, Spain, and Ireland. In British In British political and media discourse, even the mildest expression of support for trans people, even acceptance of their existence, is now treated as an extremely deeply controversial view. That itself tells you what dark, dark place we are now in. Britain's hostile environment for trans people is so extreme and a source of so much injustice that it will in time be overcome. But it will become seen as a dark era in our history. But in the meantime, trans people are going to be made to suffer. Owens-Jones is very optimistic, I find, when it comes to justice. Justice for the people who are partaking in the genocide in Gaza right now. You know, the idea that this can be turned around, I find he's very naive? No, not naive. Optimistic, very... What's the word when you're... It's like a naive and optimistic. But there's a different word that I'm thinking of. Anyway, trans people need to know that there are those of us who will never give up, and we will fight for a society where trans people have acceptance and respect. This is a horrifying moment, but your allies will stand by you no matter what. So-called gender-critical feminists, hope you're proud at putting Britain in the same bracket as Putin's Russia on trans right. You owe your success to the current surge of hard right-wing politics. Your main allies are people who oppose women's rights. But this age of surging hard right authoritarian politics will be driven back, so too will anti-trans onslaught. What's the word? He's very, it's kind of like altruistic, thinking how the future will be. There's a word for it. Anyway, I am tired, and I just want to, I don't think we'll actually go over it because I am pooped, but I want to put this up on screen. Oh, I did that in the wrong order. Anyway, here we go. So this is from Turn Left and Kevin Logan, talking about trans people could be banned from spaces based on look. This is an 8-minute long video. I'll see how much we can get through it before I completely collapse for the night. I'll watch the whole thing, and I'll put the link in the SandBox so that you guys can also check it out. Optimistic, I think, is the word. But naively optimistic, if that makes any sense.
A worrying new set of guidelines from the EHRC to be given to ministers has included stopping trans people from single-sex spaces based on their appearance. Transgender people could be banned from single-sex spaces based on what they look like, according to new equalities guidance seen by The Times. The guidance from the Equality and Human Rights Commission.
Ethan? You got it. Idealistic. That's the word. That is the word. Idealistic. Here's your cookie. Your invisible cookie, your SandBox cookie.
Was handed to ministers almost 3 months ago, but has so far not been published by Bridget Phillipson, the Minister for Women and Equalities. Under the new guidance, places such as hospital wards, gyms and leisure centres will be able to question transgender women over whether they should be using single-sex services.
Transgender women, not just trans folks, but transgender women specifically. We're allowed to question women, but are you allowed to go up to a man and ask him if he has a penis? Are they allowed to do that at these places, or are you just checking to see if people have a certified adult vagina?
Based on how they look, their behaviour, or concerns raised by others. I mean, this is absolutely insane. But there's more, and it doesn't get better. The guidance said that if transgender people are excluded from a space, organisations should consider whether there is a suitable alternative for them, and that it would not be proportionate to leave them without essential services such as access to lavatories. But it also outlines how, in some cases, that may not be possible owing to the physical constraints of buildings or high costs. It said it may be that offering alternative arrangements is not reasonably possible. This may be because of the type of service being provided, the needs of the service users, the physical constraints of any building, or because of the disproportionate financial costs associated with making those arrangements. So
When it comes to like those washrooms and restaurants and stuff where it's just one room that you walk into, all of them should be gender neutral because who cares? Who cares whose gender last ass was on that seat? You know? Like that shouldn't matter. And again, I'm not even all like urinals. Okay, that's a bit much, but when it comes to stalls, does it matter if the person in the stall next to you is what gender they are? As long as they hand you the toilet paper if you need it. Like, do you really care what gender the person is if they're handing you that toilet paper when you realize too late you're out? Like, all washrooms and households are gender neutral. We seem to survive just fine on that. So why does it matter if the person in the stall next to you is male or female? You know? Or do you just assume that if they're male, they're going to try to perv on women? Is that just the assumption that they're just going to try to perv on women? You see, I'd be worried because they tend to be a little bit more expressionable with their gas. But still, like, it's this idea of like it matters who's in the stall next to you. It is basically they're just implying all men, if given the opportunity, would perv on women in a washroom. That's what they're saying. Because, you know, here's the if you're ever in a situation where you're in unisex washroom and you know, there's a man who's just being a little bit too comfortable with his gas, all a woman has to do is say, like, rip open their tampon or their maxi pad type thing and hear that and be like, oh, do you have a dispenser for this pad or something? And the man will literally shit himself and get out of there. It's just, they're a little queasy about that, just like they're queasy about the tampons in men's bathroom because, you know, there's sensors on tampons. Men don't know this, but they imagine that this is the case and why they're so afraid of them in men's washrooms. But tampons have like these heat seekers on them, only instead of seeking heat, they're seeking holes. And so as soon as somebody walks into the washroom, it suddenly starts floating and looking for a hole to go and shove up into. So that's why men are so terrified of tampons in washrooms. That's a thing. That's a thing. It's hand-free tampons. You know, they were a godsend, personally, to just, you know, be like, whistle, and the tampon comes flying up and right up into your vagina. Whew, that's super nice. I gotta say, that's super nice. To just whistle it over and it just goes, you know, hand-free tampons, the best invention ever.
So basically, they'll try and find a third space, which is already dehumanizing. But if one isn't available, basically go fuck yourself. That's what they're saying. They're saying, we're not going to put in, I mean, there shouldn't be third spaces, but we're not going to put any money into third spaces because it's too costly. We're not going to have trans people in single sex spaces because we're transphobic. So what are you going to do? Hiss on the street? Now, the guidelines, if you ask me, seem to deliberately be set up to make life for trans people impossible. This next paragraph confirms this. It also states that transgender people could be barred from single-sex services even when their biological sex matches, such if a trans man who is female, assigned to at birth, of course, but is perceived as a man, attempted to use a woman's changing room. It says that they can be barred because they are likely to be seen as the opposite sex. So even if trans people follow...
Then what are you supposed to do? Like, it's not good enough that you're going to the washroom assigned to you, that was assigned to you at birth type thing, but you also have to look at it. And if you don't, then you can't be in there. So basically, it's just barring trans people from life. Like, they can't go out in public because then there's nothing that they can do. Because if they go into the washroom they identify with, they'll get in trouble for not having the right genitals at birth. But then if they go into the washroom that correlate with the genitals that they were assigned at birth, but they don't look like the gender that they people think they should, then they're still barred. Like I was showing you that MLA earlier, the trans man that was with Wob Canoe. I would imagine most women who care about this sort of thing wouldn't want him in their washroom. So where's he supposed to go? Oh, right, they don't care so much about men. He'd be fine going into a men's washroom. Just ridiculous.
The law, that doesn't matter because it's what other people perceive of you. I mean, did they not stop and think that this is going to affect cis people as well? I mean, a cis woman might not look like a standard woman or what a society conforms to a woman is in the eyes of someone else, right? What, they're going to be barred? I mean,
and this is so subjective. You know, somebody can look like a woman to one person and not to another person. Not to mention that there will be a lot of racial profiling and issues with this because Black women in particular get harassed about this sort of thing. Like, just look at sports and stuff far more than white women do. So it is, you know, it's going to be people of color, people who just don't conform, queer people who are going to be targeted so much for this.
we are literally in the age of transvestigation, and I don't mean on Twitter, but in real life. So what's the government response going to be? Sir Keir Starmer said last week that the ruling should be implemented in full and at all levels. However, the government was accused of backtracking by arguing in a court last week that transgender people's access to single-sex lavatories should be decided on a case-by-case basis. The judge said such an approach would be inconsistent with the Equality Act. Baroness Faulkner, the outgoing chair of the EHRC, previously urged Phillipson to speed up publication of the guidance and suggested that ministers were allowing organisations to illegally admit transgender people into same-sex spaces. Now, here's a big problem. Starmer says it should be done on a case-by-case basis. Faulkner says that's in contradiction with the guidance, yet the guidance says people can be excluded based on their looks, which is quite literally a case-by-case basis. Now, I'm not defending Starmer, by the way, he's a coward, but rather, and I'm pointing out the glaringly obvious and logical flaws in gender critical thought.
Okay, yes, please go check out the rest of the video. Kevin Logan also speaks with this, but I am pooped. It's like almost 11:30. I still need to eat dinner. I have a long day tomorrow. I'm taking Frodo back to the vet to get the blood work done to see if he's healthy enough for the surgery on Friday. Fingers crossed he is, because that cat is my world. But I'm very tired and I still need to eat dinner and stuff. Luckily I have leftovers that I just need to heat up. But yeah, I am pooped. I'm pooped. Go watch the rest of the video. I tossed the link in the SandBox. And I'll start closing these. I have, actually I want to keep that one open for a bit. Okay, I have that petition to sign. Okay. There. Okay. Oh, so check the SandBox and then say adieu. Reminder, I'm going to be posting a video tomorrow of my chat with Dr. Mark Allen Derry. You know, again, everything is contingent over this next little while on Frodo's health. But yeah, I'm worried about tomorrow. I'm not going to sleep well tonight, let's put it that way. Because I'm very, very worried about him. Nobody wants a right of the box. It doesn't have the same ring to it, I find. Left of the Box has a certain ring to it. Right of the Box, it doesn't sound right, you know? You know what I mean? Left of the Box is like one of the best freaking names possible for a leftist channel. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Sandman, you can't compare humans to animals. Real John, so weird how these politicians go on and on about people's parts. Yeah. The Wild West, it's not an experiment. The Wild West, children's rights to be themselves. There's nothing permanent about your hair or name choice. Like these people are being disingenuous. Also, yay, Frodo's hungry. Yeah, sometimes he walks around and I know that he wants something. But right now he's just eating treats overnight. I leave him a buffet. There's wet food, there's regular kibble, but then there's like 3 types of treats. And just anything he eats on his own is great. But tomorrow I'm taking him in for his blood work. I don't believe in the utility of prayer, but I understand the kind of comfort it can bring, and I'm praying. I'm praying. You know, again, I don't believe that it'll have any effect on anything, but you want to feel like you have control or some influence or have some ability to make a difference and things like this, but I just hope he's healthy enough to have that surgery. And then I hope that once that surgery is done, he goes back to himself. The Wild West. Yay, some Christians who aren't full of shit. Yeah. There are some good, inclusive churches out there. And I'm not necessarily against churches. Like, I think places for community is good, but I'm generally speaking against all religious institutions. Trans men are awesome. The Wild West. So Life Bad Lefty is an Irish ginger with a kilt, but he's one of the good ones. Sounds kind of sexy. The Irish accent. Whew. If I ever go on vacation to Ireland, I will come back exhausted. Let's see. Fulmar music. Doctors are the white blood cells. If you ignore them, you get sick. Doctors have the highest IQ of all professionals too, which makes sense because it's not only academic, but the body is unintuitive. Let's see, the Wild, Soul Life, the Wild. What about the cracks in the doors? I always hate when I'm taking a crap, someone pulls the door on the door and then see an eyeball through the crack, like WTAF. I've known a local theater where they've made their washrooms gender neutral, even though one of them has stalls in it. And yeah, there were those gaps, and I don't know why those gaps were always there because I hate them. And they had to be covered, plain and simple. They had to put little flaps over them so the gaps are covered, so you don't see through. But I don't know why it's fine, even in like a solely female washroom. Why those gaps are there? That just nobody needs to see that. Hello, Diamond Weight Loss. The Wild West. This is why I advocate for music in the washroom. LOL. I have a shy bladder, so at one workplace, whenever I had to go use the washroom, as soon as I walked in, I immediately put the fan on because the fan was like really loud and but it would turn off after like a few minutes after you hit it on. But I would always do that because I have a bit of a shy bladder. And you know, I don't need people to I think in every workplace there should be that one washroom that is set aside that's away from, you know, the smell radius of anyone, where you go if you know you're making a mess. Like where it's going to be a symphony of sounds. You can go to this isolated washroom somewhere and just let it out. Not have to worry about the smell or the sounds, because as somebody with irritable bowels, there are times where I'm like, I'm holding it as long as possible, and then just one big heave down while flushing the toilet. And there's all these people that would be like, oh, why don't you leave that for home? It's like, you can time these? I didn't know that. That you can just say to your body, do you know what? I'm going to purge my intestines at 5:30. Hole-seeking tampons terrify you, Soul Life? Ethan, if you can get your hands on Right at the Box, it could come in handy at some point. I already have so many social medias. Like, hey, if you want to claim them on all the social platforms and hand them over to me, great. But I have way too many to keep track of. But it could be fun to have. The Wild West, center right of the box. Sandy becomes a liberal and gets rich. That is blood money I just do not want. So, Live, I'd watch an episode of Right of the Box. It could be, yeah, the Wild West. It could be an April Fool's Day thing, kind of like Sam does the Ken and Ken are used to. Check out my book. All the vampires are non-binary for reasons. I'm tired. So yes, possibly a video tomorrow of my interview with Dr. Mark Allen Derry. Also on this space, Minuet will be on to talk about Margie Taylor Greene and some other things. Next news live stream will be next Sunday, as far as I know. But yeah, everything is kind of hit and miss with Frodo. If his blood work is okay, he's going for his surgery on Friday. And no matter how the surgery turns out, I'm going to be out of commission for a good 24 hours. My stomach is in knots right now. Because if they don't remove the mass, what that means is not good. So yes, like, subscribe, do all that sort of stuff. If you're new to the channel, thank you for coming out. You can support all my socials over here. I really need people on the Hostile Fart Sauna, known as the unisex washroom of Twitter, to follow me on there, because I have so few followers on my Twitter account. And then you can check out my art and writing on these ones here. Buy my book. I'd like to sell a copy this month. Still working on the TYT essay slowly because, you know, Frodo. It's taken a lot of my mental energy. But yeah, fun stuff to come. Thank you everyone who has helped financially, who have become members. Super appreciate it. I have an Amazon wish list linked in the description box below. And, you know, Black Friday's coming up, so there's going to be all these details and whatnot. And thank you, BCat. I'm hoping all goes well too. And yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired. You're all great. So, oh, right. I was going to check to see if there's anyone live right now that I want to bump you all over to. I know I'm going to be watching a Zateo video after this with Medi and Owen, but it does not look like anyone I regularly watch is live right now. Yes, I'm going to unwind by watching Medi and Owen Jones talk about, you know, the BBC, Palestine, and Trump's $1 billion threat. That's a good way to unwind, but both of them are very easy on the eyes and easy on the ears, so it's a good way to unwind. Anyway. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.